Okay, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Gainesville City Commission for March 30th, 2015. First thing to do is to adopt the agenda. Commissioners?
Move to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda for this evening. Any members of the public wish to speak to the adoption of the agenda? All right. Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Roll call. We are all here and accounted for except for Commissioner Henson Rawls, who will be joining us later this evening. She's running a little late. So with that said, we will have the first item read into the record. Madam Clerk.
File 140817, amend comprehensive plan text, petition PB 1440 CPA, City Plan Board, amend the text of the comprehensive plan for consistency with proposed changes to the Land Development Code and to create new land use categories related to petitions PB 1441 TCH and PB 1442 LUC.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have many people here in the audience this evening, and there are other folks filtering in from outside. I just wanted to note, and you may want to announce that we have room 16 downstairs is open with a TV on, so if folks wanted to speak and sign up to speak, and then they can watch it downstairs if they'd like.
Okay, that is correct. And so if you're outside watching the monitors, there's a room with chairs downstairs. You can take the elevators down to the basement and get to our room 16. We have two items related to the Land Development Code that we'll take up first and second, and then we'll have then we have to amend the future land use category should all this pass. So then at the end of the evening, we have an issue on GRU governance. If you're there for that, if you're there for this item, it'll be a while. So with that said, I think we're all understood, and we'll go ahead and proceed with the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission.
One second. We do ask that if you're moving around that you be as quiet as you can while you're inside these chambers. And if you want to have a conversation with someone, that you make sure you're outside this room when doing so. Thank you. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, would it be possible, because our presentation actually covers all four items, for the clerk to read them all into the record so we can discuss them?
Sure. Let's go ahead and do that.
140818, update the Land Development Code, petition PB 1441 TCH, City Plan Board, amend the Land Development Regulations to update the Land Development Code to add new zoning districts, a revised list of uses and associated regulations related to petitions PB 1440 CPA, PB 1442 LUC, and PB 1443 ZON. 140819, amend future land use category on properties, petition PB 1442 LUC, City Plan Board, amend the City of Gainesville future land use map from multiple land use categories: mixed use high intensity, urban mixed use 1, urban mixed use 2, mixed use residential, residential high density, mixed use low, mixed use medium, public and institutional facilities, office residential low density, residential medium density, commercial single family or industrial to urban core, urban mixed use high intensity, urban mixed use, office residential or residential low density, related to petitions PB 1440 CPA, PB 1441 TCH, and PB 1443 ZON. 140820, rezone property from multiple zoning districts to several new zoning districts. Ooh, read that long thing.
Does that cover it?
No, I got it. You want me to read that whole thing into the...
All except the GRU governance
I
one.
know, but that one is...
Gotta read it.
Okay, rezone property from multiple zoning districts, RSF 1, 3.5 units per acre, single-family residential, RSF 3, 5.8 units per acre, single-family residential district, RSF 4, 8 units per acre, single-family residential, RMF 5, 12 units per acre, single-family, multiple-family residential, RMF 6, 8 to 15 units per acre, multiple-family residential, RMF 7, 8 to 21 units per acre multiple family residential. RMF 8, 8 to 30 units per acre multiple family residential. RC 12 units per acre residential conservation. RMU up to 75 units per acre residential mixed use. RH 1, 8 to 43 units per acre residential high density. RH 2, 8 to 100 units per acre residential high density district. OR 20 units per acre office residential. OF general office. BUS general business. BA automotive oriented businesses. BT tourist oriented business. MU1 8 to 30 units per acre mixed use low intensity. MU2 12 to 30 units per acre mixed use medium intensity. CCD up to 150 units per acre central city district. UMU1 8 to 75 units per acre and up to 25 additional units per acre by special use permit urban mixed use. UMU2 10 to 100 units per acre and up to 25 additional units per acre by special use permit urban mixed use. W warehousing and wholesaling. I1 limited industrial district. I2 general industrial. MD medical services. PS public services and operations. PD plan development to T6 urban core. T5 urban mixed use high intensity. T4R urban residential low density. T4OR urban office residential. T4M1 urban mixed use 1. T4C mixed use corridor or T4M2 urban mixed use 2 district related to petitions PB 1440 CPA, PB 1441 TCH, and PB 1442 LUC.
All right, very good. Wait, you missed that third one. Can you go back, please? All right.
Thank you very much. Just for everybody who's gathered here, the City Planning Department mailed out approximately 7,000 letters to property owners and property owners within 400 feet of any property that's being rezoned. So we mailed out 2 different letters. So if you have property that your letter says is within 400 feet, then your property is not being proposed for rezoning. I just wanted to state that.
I already had one helpful
That won't be the
suggestion
last time,
from
then.
someone that said, if you have a cell phone, please make sure you turn it to off or silent, please. Okay, now proceed.
All right. Our agenda for tonight will provide a brief recap of our February workshop. We have 4 issues, policy issues for the commission direction on, and then we have individual presentations for the 4 petitions. Just to recap, this is a land development code update. The code has not been updated in 23 years. The major elements of the code update include eliminating several of the city's special area plans and incorporating the common elements into new zoning districts, reformatting the code to improve the ease of use, consolidating, standardizing, and streamlining regulations, providing a more simplified regulation of uses, incorporating process improvements for development review, providing more flexibility for small business development, and incorporating additional neighborhood protections and more transparency. The 4 commission policy direction issues we have, these were topics of discussion with the plan board where there was a difference between the staff proposal and ultimately what the plan board had recommended. And they include residential density for some of our new zoning districts, building height for some of our new zoning districts, minimum parking requirements, and gas stations and drive-through facilities. So with that, during the process with the plan board, we had heard from a lot of neighborhoods, particularly with the issues of height and density. So during that process, staff had made a proposal to the plan board to reduce the maximum density in some of our new zoning districts to more directly reflect those densities that are on the ground today. These 2 slides show the breakdown of density between the land use and the zoning. And follow with me here. The Central City Zoning District, which is the downtown area, the plan board recommendation was to increase the base density to an additional 50 units with an additional 25 units by special use permit. Within the urban mixed-use 2 zoning district, the Plan Board recommendation for the new zoning district, the T5, was to increase the base density by 50 units and allow additional 25 with a special use permit. And then in the T4M2, which are replacing some of these zoning districts here, the proposal or the Plan Board recommendation was to set 100 units per acre and 125 with a special use permit. The Plan Board or the staff recommendation, as you can see here, was to reduce some of those densities. The staff recommendation was to reduce the T4M1 from 60 units to the acre to 80, down to 50 units by right and 60 with a special use permit. This was the recommendation that the Plan Board actually approved for this zoning district. The other recommendations here was to reduce the T4M2 zoning from 100 to 125 down to 60 units by right, 80 with a special use permit. For the T5, reduce it from 150 units by right and 175 units with a special use permit down to 100 and 125, and then reduce the T6 down from 200 by right, 225 with a special use permit down to 150 and 175. And the staff proposal would more directly reflect the existing densities. They would mostly remain the same. So that's one of the policy discussion points for the commission. And I can keep moving, or if you want
To be clear.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Wells?
Well, just to be clear, so the first one was approved by the Plan Board, but the others were not?
That's correct.
Were they presented, but they did not agree with staff?
That is correct.
Reduction proposed in 2, 3, and 4?
Right.
So what's before us today is the staff recommendation without the city plan approval, or the city plan approved version that does not include these staff?
Correct, or something in between those. So moving on, building height, again, was another big issue that was discussed a lot at the Plan Board hearings. And akin to the density discussion, staff had made a proposal to reduce building heights in several of the new zoning districts, again, to more reflect what's the existing height limits are. This is the breakdown by building heights by land use, and then by zoning. Again, bear with me.
What was the last one?
This is the building heights by land use.
Gotcha.
And then by zoning here. In the CCD zoning today, this is the downtown zoning district. 12 stories are allowed by right today, with a special use permit available for potentially unlimited number of stories, or whatever would be approved through a special use permit. Under the proposed code, that would be 12 stories by right, matching the CCD, and 14 stories with a height bonus. In the UMU2, this is the Innovation Square zoning. It allows 6 stories by right today, with 8 with a special use permit. Under the proposal that the Plan Board approved, that would be increased to 8 stories by right, and then 10 with a height bonus. In these zoning districts, the urban mixed-use 1 zoning allows a 6-story limit. Under the new proposal that the Plan Board approved, it would be T4M2. It would be 6 stories by right, and then 8 with a height bonus. And again, staff had made a number of proposals. The one shown in red here to reduce the height for the T4M1 zoning districts from 4 stories to 6 stories with a bonus. They approved that to reduce that to 4 stories by right and 5 with the height bonus. In the T4M2, the reduction of height from 6 stories to 8 with a bonus down to 5 stories by right, 6 with a bonus. And then T5 down from 8 stories by right, 10 with a bonus, down to 6 stories by right, 8 with a bonus. And those were the staff proposal that the Plan Board did not recommend.
I'm sorry, so again, they approved 1.
They approved the one in
not 2
red,
and 3.
not 2 and 3, correct.
Okay.
Would you like me to move on to the?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't see any other lights.
Okay. Many of the city's special area plans, minimum parking requirements. This was, again, another big topic of conversation. Many of the city's special area plans and zoning districts around downtown and the university currently do not require a minimum amount of parking. Areas outside of those special area plans defer to the city's parking code, which has minimum standards for different uses. College Park and the southernmost district in the Southwest 13th Street special area plans have a slightly modified proposal. In College Park, the current minimum standard is 1 parking space per 2-bedroom. In the southernmost portion of Southwest 13th Street special area plan, there's a minimum parking standard is 1/4 of what would normally be required somewhere else in the city. And this sort of shows you the breakdown that I just sort of described with the different special area plans here, the residential parking standards. As you can see, most of the special area plans, with the exception of College Park and 13th Street special area plan in the southernmost district, do not require minimum parking. The staff proposal was to retain the no minimum parking in the T6, the urban core, and the mixed-use high, the T5 zoning districts, and to propose a 1 per 3-bedroom minimum parking standard for residential and no minimum parking standard for non-residential. Outside of the area that's being proposed for rezoning, it would the city's regular parking code would apply.
Then we have a question on that.
Well, maybe if he wants to finish the parking component, I just want to make sure I ask it after he's got the parking component in.
Okay.
This was what the plan board approved. They approved in the T6, T5, T4M2, T4M1, and T4OR zoning districts to have no minimum parking for residential or non-residential. In the urban corridor zoning district, the T4C, this is in 2 places in the city. This is down near the Five Points area in Waldo Road and University Avenue, and then down in portions of Southwest 13th Street. So in order to sort of preserve that quarter parking standard in Southwest 13th Street, this was the plan board approved this 25% required parking. And then again, in all other zoning districts, the city's regular parking code would apply.
Okay, Commissioner Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so just to be clear, all of these parking requirements relate to parking that is required to be provided or not required to be provided specific to the development, as opposed to, say, publicly available parking that might be available to anyone. This does not necessarily say you can't do a parking garage. It's just saying we are or we are not going to require parking be provided for a development exclusively for that development.
That is correct, yeah. In some of our zoning districts, we do allow parking garages as a principal use, I mean, independent of a development, for instance.
And specifically those components that had to do with the Innovation Square, where we did a specific study about relating unconnected parking. Which one of those transects are proposed for the Innovation Square?
It would be the T5 and T6 primarily.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Chase.
So could you just describe where those are again? Just is there a map?
We do, yeah. The map, and we'll show the map later. But generally speaking, the T6 and T5. T6 would be the Central City District zoning, which is like downtown, and then the T6 and moving into T5 is like Innovation Square. In the T4M2, this is a sort of mixed-use commercial zoning district in some of the major shopping centers, like the Publix on 34th Street and University, up sort of near Lowe's and the old Walmart site. Some of the major commercial corridor or commercial nodes. The T4M1 is sort of a little bit everywhere. Sorry, I know this is a very wonky discussion for all these people. But the T4M1 is in College Park, the center of College Park, in parts of University Heights, parts of Fifth Avenue. And that primarily replaced a lot of the mixed-use 1 zoning that the city had in these areas. And then the T4OR is office residential, and that replaces some of the city's office zoning, which is up 6th Street. It's sort of peppered throughout the city.
So is there, if it's being changed from what to none?
From, excuse me? Say again.
What is it being changed from?
In terms of parking?
Yeah. And
If those areas that we're talking about were in one of those special area plans on those boundaries, and I have a slide later in the presentation with the actual mapped special area plans. then there wouldn't have been minimum parking required. For some of those areas that
There was not.
There was not?
there
or
was
there-
not, right? If they were in one of those special area plans that had no minimum parking, then minimum parking wouldn't have been required. If they were outside of that, then it would have defaulted to the city's regular parking code, which includes like one space per 250 square feet of retail, one space per 300 square feet of office, that kind of thing.
So I remember early on, and when did we start this? I think my kids were like 2.
Yeah.
But it's been a few years. But I remember the consultant was like sort of shocked that we were like one of the few places they ever seen like no parking requirements. And I'm not an expert either. I'm just a driver and a 48-year-old dude, and I agreed with him. So this is the meeting where perhaps 20 years from now, when we're like, what were they thinking? Watch this meeting.
And we received a lot of input during the process with the plan board from from people on both sides of the issue, and that's really why we brought this forward to the commission for your direction, because there was a difference between staff's proposal, which had stemmed in part from the consultant's proposal, and then what the plan board had recommended.
Okay.
What? So is the assumption there that there's currently adequate parking available so that you can build in these zoning areas and not need to put any? Or is it that it will there will maybe be a critical mass that will incent the construction of private parking garages, something like that?
I think in a simple way, it was to try to bring forward what was on the ground today. In terms of, like I said, the city has a lot of areas where there's no minimum parking required today. And the staff proposal was to potentially have some minimum parking where there's none today, particularly like University Heights. But again, that's a discussion topic for the commission to decide.
Well, and this is the discussion. I mean, first blush, it looks like the Rome Towers Full Employment Act one way, because it just seems if we start getting the development we like, we're going to create a situation where there's not adequate parking for people. Commissioner Chase.
So follow-up question. For University Standard, or whatever it's called now, Standard Corners, was there a parking requirement, or
Yes,
was it required to build a 1,200?
They have a maximum number of parking spaces, I believe, in the plan development. But that's a plan development, so that's obviously a little bit.
But that's no longer public. It's just for the right.
That's right.
Right. So initially, it was part of the parking spaces will be open to the public, but now under the new proposal, it's just for people who belong to the standard.
So one of my questions is, as I just think about it, is that seems to be the kind of stuff we're trying to build, or, well, whatever, I don't know who we is. I don't want to speak for anyone. Me's not we. That some people want to build, that it's going to have 1,200 parking spots, roughly?
Sounds right.
What if it didn't? I mean,
They could build without it, right?
well, they couldn't because of the PUD, but there's other places that I mean, could there be projects of that size and scope that may not have parking?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Steve Dush, Planning and Development Services. Just to try and answer the question straight on, I mean, this is exactly the reason why, as Andrew has stated, that this discussion about parking is before you this evening, because the mayor had indicated, is it to get a critical mass to incentivize that? And there's a lot of schools of thought on both sides of the equation here about, do you require minimum parking? If so, how much? Do you not require minimum parking and allow for the private sector to determine how much parking is going to be necessary to make a project viable? I can offer that, working with some applicants and some developers, that as a part of their pro forma, certain financing isn't even available if they can't get, or if they don't provide a certain amount of parking. So I think what we're looking for in terms of discussion and direction today is in those areas that we've identified, these potential rezoning areas, which again is about 5.1% of the city. In some of those areas, there's currently not a parking requirement. And through the feedback that we had received, the plan board recommendation was in some of those areas, do not require any parking. Staff had provided an alternative recommendation to the plan board. We're also providing that to you, that in some of these areas, the recommendation is do not require it, but there's nothing that precludes it from, or nothing that precludes an applicant from providing a certain amount of parking to make their project viable. It's just one of those things to sort of allow for development or redevelopment to occur in such a way as to sort of incentivize and get that development occurring in certain areas.
Well, what's been fascinating in my 4 years in office is seeing the varying views of the free market enterprise, or free enterprise system and stuff. And we all have our preconceived ideas, what we all think based on letters and stuff. But, I mean, I'm not sure there should be that's why we're having this discussion, because perhaps maybe there should be a minimum of some amount. And so that's what I'm trying to, and there's overlap in the 5 or 6 areas of the transect zoning that already, in some specialty areas, doesn't require it.
That's correct.
And again, and I don't know if not having parking requirement is an economic incentive to develop. I'm sure in some cases it is, in others it's not. But I just keep going back in my head of watching the whole progress of University Corners go from, we had this huge study that told us there was going to be 0 traffic impact, but I could never reconcile where 1,200 cars were going to go. They were going to park there, and there's no room for more lanes. There's just so at some point, I don't know. We'll just keep going. I don't want to bog this down, but if it spurs any other thoughts, but and perhaps we can continue. There's a lot of stuff that has been done in this that's good, that's agreed upon, and that seems to have general consensus both in the community and perhaps here. So you guys are giving us the hard stuff. This is why we get paid $30,000 a year, whether we want it or not. And so thanks.
Mr. Mayor, would it be helpful? I can advance to the slide showing the special area
We need to
plans.
get a look at the map.
Would you like to see the special
Yeah,
area
and
plans?
that we'll take
Okay.
Commissioner Poe's comments while you get to that. Commissioner Poe.
Well, yeah, I think some of the point was made, but 0 parking minimum doesn't mean there's no allowable parking. It says that if you're developing a project that there's already existing parking available, then you don't have to do it. But if the market indicates that you do need to, and that's largely done through financing. And so for the corners, for example, the question is if that would not have been included in the PD, could they have built it without? Well, no, because they wouldn't have gotten financing. That nobody would have financed that project without saying that you need to have some place for the people who are going to live there to park. But I think what they've provided here is for market flexibility. So it's not the city binding a developer to a certain minimum that we can't necessarily predict based on what the market demand at some future point in time is. What will predict that is when the project comes to be developed, the people supporting that development, the financiers or if it's private equity or whatever, will say that for this project to be viable, you either need to put in that much parking or it already exists, and they'll do that through a market analysis. And so, I believe this offers the greatest amount of flexibility without insisting that parking be built unnecessarily.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Or that projects too large be built unnecessarily.
I don't know. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I think what you just described, I think, is that sort of dilemma that some who have concerns over size and scope and density would suggest that if the market wouldn't fund a project of 10 stories, whatever the inside of the building's got to be to make the pro forma work, that maybe there's a funding for a smaller project that's a little more, I don't know, whatever.
Compatible.
Well, there's other smaller projects going up all around Gainesville. But the point is that they decided how much parking they needed to get that project financed, and that's going to be true for. We have one coming before us across the other side of 13th Street. We're not insisting on a certain amount of parking. The market is deciding what that needs to be. And that's my only.
Okay.
That's the flexibility I think this allows without overbuilding parking, allowing for when it's necessary to be.
And I think my concern would be that if if there's not a minimum set, then what you have in effect is, in some instances, certainly not all, but in some, you'll have a set, effectively sort of an in-kind subsidy by the public that will have to absorb that parking somewhere, somehow. That's why I asked the question about, is it because we already have enough adequate space? I mean, we've built a parking garage downtown, but it's never full. So, I mean, if there was a project immediately in that vicinity, then I could say, yeah, let's waive any parking requirements because folks can just park in the garage. But we're talking about areas that go beyond that. You said going down 6th Street. And if someone, again, tries to do a little bit of rent seeking on the general public, according to this, that will get their way. I mean, they'll just not have to have it. Granted, if it's a large enough project, then the financials might come back to sort of bite them. But I could see actually smaller projects taking advantage of this idea here and just, again, basically getting what amounts to a public subsidy without paying, without having to necessarily go through the formal ask. So we had at a previous meeting a long time ago, I think the CRA talked about the concept of shared parking and how in the future, one conceptual is that developers contribute to, I guess, a parking bank or something, and then shared parking becomes available. So it doesn't belong to any one project. It's just maybe 3 or 4 projects have a piece of it, and so it would thus provide adequate part. Is that not a part of this, or is that just too far in the future? Or?
The city's code in the parking section allows for sort of a couple of different varieties of, I think, what you're describing. There's a provision for providing leased parking, so it may not be parking on your site, but it may be adjacent or in the nearby area, and you can enter into a contract with a different with that property owner to use that parking area. We also have joint use parking, which I think is maybe closer to what you're talking about, where you have maybe 2 different businesses or a residential business and a commercial business, and they may use the same parking area, but they may use it at different times. So there's flexibility in that. I think a more formal parking share is not in the code today, but it could be something that we could look at. I did want to add, in my day job, I review development for the city, and what I've seen, especially on smaller projects in University Heights and to some extent in College Park, on those smaller projects, they are still providing parking. It may not be exactly it may be under what the city's parking code, but oftentimes we see the parking tucked under the building, so the building will be raised up and there may be a first floor of parking. It's not a parking garage. It would just be like a single floor of parking with, residences above that. So we do see.
So it's accommodated on site, though.
Exactly, it's accommodated on site, and I think that goes to your point about the pro forma. I think on larger projects, that's where you see the financials working out, where you have a dedicated parking garage. But on smaller sites, we do see parking being provided. It's just it's done in more creative ways.
All right, Commissioner.
I just want to say, because this is an important issue, and I'm certainly not right, and I don't think there's a wrong and a right. There's some kind of progress we're going to have to make. But I 4 years ago, I never thought when I parked somewhere near a neighborhood that I was parking in front of someone's house. Never did. I live up in Northwest Gainesville, and I come for games or events or whatever. And I started learning issues here in this job that I have to have. So I try to keep an open mind, and so I appreciate things differently now, and I do appreciate that there is people's houses and stuff. What concerns me is that the possibility of in the future, we're not only expanding the area where people are finding a spot to park, we're increasing the frequency of the need to do it. So it's not just a football game. It's not just a basketball game or graduation. I just saw something, I don't know if it's an email we got or something, but it talks about how the University of Florida is doing more and more and more to decrease parking on campus while they increase buildings and everything else. People are going to park somewhere. And so that's that combination that's hard to fix, and that's why I'm struggling with it. So, thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Let me find where I was. So to recap, the drive-throughs and gas stations were the fourth issue, and really it's more gas stations. But I wanted to run through the code proposal for drive-throughs, and then we'll move into gas stations. Thank you, Vanna. The proposal under the code for drive-throughs includes, in some of the special area plans that would be going away, we would be eliminating the hard prohibition on drive-throughs. Some of our special area plans just outright ban drive-throughs. That would be going away. We would eliminate the requirement for a special use permit for drive-throughs that meet code. The code would allow drive-throughs in the T4C, T4M2, T5 and T6 zoning districts and incorporate the standards that are in the Transportation Mobility Program area into the code for drive-throughs. And those include things like providing adequate queuing space, providing landscaping, providing safe pedestrian paths, and then locating the drive-through lanes on the side of the building or the rear to shield them from the street. Within transect zones, the drive-throughs would be limited to one drive-through lane or located within a mixed-use development or integrated into a larger building. So those are all or statements, not and statements. For gas stations, the Plan Board recommended moving the design requirements from the comprehensive plan into the land development code and allowing gas stations and convenience stores with accessory fueling positions by right in the mixed-use corridor, the T4C, and the urban mixed-use 2, T4M2 zoning districts. They would be allowed by special use permit in the urban mixed-use 1, it's the T4M1, along busier streets, and to incorporate standards from the TMPA into the code. And those include things like locating fueling positions behind the building, providing some minimum glazing, having a front entrance on the street, providing safe pedestrian access. And you can see that in many of the newer gas stations that have been built in the city, the Kangaroo on Main Street and 16th, the Kangaroo Station on 43rd Street and 16th Avenue, and there's another one that I'm forgetting.
Now, on that, I remember I actually had a follow-up, I think, with Mr. Dush on that, particularly the one on 43rd and 23rd. The design standards are such that we insist they have sort of the front door right there at the intersection, which, of course, no one ever uses. But it does become a safety hazard because what it does is it creates 2 points of entry, which, if you're manning the station at night by yourself, puts you at risk. And I've heard that has imposed significant cost on the companies. This sort of doubles down on that, does it not? Or does that, are we factoring that safety factor into these kind of designs when we insist that you have a door that no one uses, essentially?
Well, again, Mr. Mayor, Steve Dush, Planning and Development Services. There are instances, depending upon whether it's on a corner or on a street, to where those design considerations can meet both of those objectives. And we do work when we review development application plans with the police department. Recently, through the lighting ordinance, we've taken a look at incorporating CPTED, which is the crime prevention through environmental design, into the standards of review. And so we would look at those elements, and if there are issues of safety, that's certainly something that must be addressed. But also to accompany that are the glazing requirements that allow for that visual entrance, or that visual, not entrance, but the sight into the building. So it's a combination of those things.
Sure, and I think everyone wants to see a more aesthetically pleasing appearance, especially if it's something that's, some like a gas station or convenience store. But at the same time, it just seems that some of the access points we think are, I don't know what we think, but we insist that they do that, and it just comes, we're just imposing higher costs and potentially creating unnecessary risk. So
Follow up. on that.
Sure. Well, actually, let's go by order of the lights. Commissioner Carter.
Yeah, I have a question that came via email, and it did spark my curiosity. We currently have drive-throughs and gas stations that become non-conforming. Is that true?
With the new code?
Yes.
We would have to look at them on a sort of case-by-case basis. Some of them may be allowed with a special use permit that they may not have because of the age of them. So it's sort of difficult to say, like, yes or no. It may be, though. There may be some.
But we could be putting someone in non-conforming, and that doesn't sound like a big deal until they try to do anything to the property or building. Then they're out of luck. So we need to really think about that. And also, we're going from, I believe, 6 pumps to 4 pumps in some cases, which, is that true also?
If I may, the first question relative to the nonconformities, there are we're aware of a number of gas stations currently that are nonconforming, and the proposal would actually allow for an opportunity to make them conforming because some of them are located in zone districts, and the comp plan identifies them as to not even having the ability to be located there. So many of them are currently nonconforming. With those that would inadvertently become conforming or non-conforming, there are a number of mechanisms that we could employ, and one of them we'll talk about later as it relates to identifying a date and making those that were previously conforming to continue that conformity to address the financing issue. So there's
the expandability or the redesign or.
Yes, and and again, a lot of those that we've identified or that we've become aware of that needed to be remedied, and we'll have some of those at the end of the presentation where we can say these would be the fixes in order to address that. Relative to the pumps, the number of fueling positions, during the latter part of this component of Andrew's presentation, we have sat down and met with folks in between the plan board and this meeting who had some continued discussions about the number of pumps. Right now, in certain locations, it is 4. So the proposal was 6, but we'll get into that, and I think that at least there's an alternative recommendation that addresses the number of fueling positions.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest thing would be that someone that, now they're all of a sudden non-conforming, they go down and get a building permit, and they're saying, well, you're non-conforming, you got to go through all these hoops. I want to make sure we don't, hurt our people that are invested in the community. Not everybody's a kangaroo owner. We need local people to be able to survive through this.
Absolutely, and again, I would like to offer that those instances where individuals have come up to us and said, "Hey, the proposed zoning takes this out as a primary use." We've worked to identify methods by which to modify the zoning, to incorporate the use, or do a combination of things, and all of those elements would be cleaned up, prior to a first reading. I would also like to offer that any of those that weren't, that we discovered later on, could be identified through a mechanism, and that we bring forward as the proposal is that let's say that the update is approved at some point in time, easy math, January. What we would propose is that we would do an initial 6-month review, another 6-month review, and then an annual review to identify those things.
Yeah, because unlike some of the other non-conforming situations we have, I mean, I hate to say it, X could be X, Y, or Z in a building. A gas station is a gas station is a gas station. You put them in non-conforming, that really ties their hands. So that's a big concern of mine. So thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to touch quickly on the entrance issue. I mean, we have a number of businesses around the community that have a number of entrances that they don't use during different times. Is there anything that prevents once a entrance on the sidewalk, which is essentially what we're talking about here, and an entrance on the fuel station side, where they can have some flexibility about when those doors are open based on hours of day or septet? I mean, it seems to me they've already got that flexibility. I'm looking at the example of Kangaroo Station on Main Street. I don't think that door is ever open. So it seems to me this may be a miscommunication about what the Land Development Code provides and what can be reasonably done for safe operations. Can you correct me if I'm wrong about that?
Mr. Mayor, there is the opportunity. As far as I'm aware, the code does not mandate, unless specific use permits would mandate, that the doors be kept open. So a lot of those sometimes are one way. You can exit, but you may not be able to enter. And so a lot of that provision with the design of the building on the front end is anticipating what that built environment is going to look like in the future.
And just living in an area where we have this area, you're sort of in a transition between more walkable and more auto-oriented. And there are a lot of areas where in RT zoning where that's essentially what we're trying to do is offer both. And we have a lot of situations now where people who are walking or bicycling to gas stations for use of the store are having to cross all of the fuel station areas. I mean, I don't want us to throw out the improved access that we're providing without acknowledging what the mayor referred to in terms of safe use. So I'm hoping we can find a way to both have the additional entrance fronting on the sidewalk, but also some reasonable understanding of how use and the hours of operation can change when that's available. I think the same would go with the fueling station, fueling positions, I guess. Generally, I think I understand the staff's inclination to try to bring into compliance existing ones and not expand more auto uses. But I think if the inadvertent consequence is that we don't have brownfield stations, of which we have many in these areas, being refitted in a much more pedestrian-friendly way, then we may be kind of making a rule that inadvertently discourages what we want. So I hope we'll look at the fueling positions and maybe be a little more flexible on that if in exchange we're getting better design and so forth. And I have a feeling that the 4 positions really needs to be more for that to be financially enticing to get these sites redeveloped. We've got so many of these in our existing areas that are being left unredeveloped, and I don't think that is really a desirable outcome. So I hope you'll have more flexibility on that while still staying with your design criterion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Chase.
Thank you. So Commissioner, I'm not trying to say what you said, but I want to tell you what I heard, because that's one of the things that's important is that I heard that we might have places that we've required entrances that we know will never be open or used. And that's sort of, I think this is where we're trying to make some improvements, because there are still places. That's why I've still struggled a little bit with the map and where we're talking about. Because, I live up there. My kids still ask me, Dad, why is that door there on the CVS, right on 43rd? And I give them the same answer. In the Navy, we called it the ensign salute. It goes, I don't know. It's just, I live there. I'm there. I can't say nobody ever uses it, or the cross the street caddy corner, what I'm pretty sure that Kangaroo's done. I don't know if it's because of the door, but I know they've been robbed a few times. And I don't think they use it, but I think they stack sodas in front of it or something and all. And so, I keep going back to, where I live and how I live, and the way that a lot of the people around where I live choose to live is not the right way. It's just the way that we live. And there are different parts of this community that are different. And until I worked downtown, and until I went into a parking spot and walked to different places, we have that. One of the first exercises as commissioners we were asked to do several years ago on this was circle your map of where you want to see some of this stuff. You remember that?
Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm.
Mine was the smallest circle, right? So, I think we had one that just handed the map back. And so that's, again, part of the process here is where are these things and where are the requirements and where do they make sense? And it goes kind of back to the market. I guess that's why, the market, that pesky little market. If the market wants to put an extra entrance in a corner, put it in. If you don't. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I guess getting back to the...
No, not getting back. We have another light.
All right, sorry.
Commissioner Carter.
And again, I don't want to say what he just said, but hearing what I heard, because I just got done saying my concern is little mom and pop. So I would be horrified to think that we're going to rip down a mom and pop gas station for cars so we can make it more pedestrian friendly. They can't afford this. That's why you don't have mom and pop gas stations. That's why you got to be a Kangaroo or whatever the latest and greatest is. I think we want to be as friendly as possible, but please don't ever say that we're going to have to rip something down or make them rebuild it so that someone getting off a bus at a gas station can come in easier. I don't respect that. I'm sorry. Please don't ever do that.
All right, and Commissioner Wells.
To be clear, most of the instances I'm talking about are ones that have long since closed and are sitting unredeveloped.
I know.
Now, if you're saying you're never going to see a small mom and pop replaced, I think having more flexibility on fueling stations includes the possibility that they're going to be able to deal with their existing environmental situation and retrofitting so that they can survive in the future in my opinion. I don't think it's going to be an anti-mom and pop effort.
And I believe the code does both of those things. And we have, as Steve alluded to, we have a alternative recommendation on the fueling positions. And as I discussed at our February workshop, the code has today the city has nonconforming uses sort of all over the place because of one reason or another, zoning changed. The code today is pretty tight on nonconforming uses. They're not allowed to expand. They're not allowed to make any sort of improvement except for minor decorative, safety, and functional improvements. What the new code is proposing is to allow their expansion of, I think, up to 50% of the area. And then that gets to your point about the trying to get to allow for reinvestment in some of these sites. Yeah. And I think that, coupled with the alternative proposal that I'll get to in a second about the fueling positions, it'll hopefully get to a good end result.
Okay, and I guess it gets to that this idea is that it's everywhere, because I certainly can see your point, Steve, about where we think we might be in 20 years, but I think one of my beefs is with sometimes the planner's assumption that where we'll be in 20 years is exactly the same all over the city. Because if you look at, for example, a strip of office developments, and it's not strip, I don't want anyone to fall into a panic, it's on 39th Avenue and 43rd, that whole line down. All these are professional offices. All of them have front doors opening up onto 39th Avenue, a state highway. No one is ever going to enter the front, whether it's 20 years now or 50 years from now. It's kind of ridiculous that we impose that higher cost and mandated that on condition of getting a permit, they have to put it there. Makes no sense. But so I'm hoping is, I take you at your word that there's some flexibility that's the kind of thing that can go away, because I don't think there's any value. There's no value to a pedestrian there. So that's what I'm getting at. It's not just gas stations. It's, again, it's on 43rd and 53rd. It's the O to B kids. I hope to God no kid ever tries to come off the major arterial into O to B kids. But we have that front door. So I just hope we have some flexibility there. Go ahead.
All right. Getting to that, the plan board recommendation was to add gas stations as a use by right to the T4C and T4M2, but retain the central corridor's limitation on the 4 fueling positions. And then outside of the transect areas, allow for 6 fueling positions by right, up to 10 within a quarter mile of I-75 interchange, and up to 12 with a special use permit or a PD rezoning. Subsequent to the plan board discussion, staff received a proposal regarding increasing the number of fueling positions coupled with some enhanced neighborhood compatibility standards. The increase in fueling positions would allow for, within all zoning districts where gas stations are permitted use, allow up to 6 fueling positions permitted by right. So that would be an increase in the fueling positions, and that would be a by right use. Allow 12 fueling positions within a quarter mile of any I-75 interchange, and then within all zoning districts, be it the zoning districts that we're proposing or outside of that, allow for gas stations as a permitted use, and up to 12 fueling positions with a special use permit. The additional neighborhood compatibility standards that were proposed, if I can get the overhead. And these were, we collaborated with some of our design professionals in the private sector to come up with these, and I'll read them into the record. The design standards would be canopy height, the bottom surface of a canopy. And again, the main idea was to provide compatibility, especially where you may have a gas station adjacent to a residential area. The bottom surface of a canopy shall not exceed 15 feet in height. Canopy lighting shall be consistent with the photometric ordinance in the city's code. Parking lot lighting shall be consistent with, again, the photometric ordinance in the city's code. And when a property is adjacent within 75 feet of a residentially zoned property, there's a requirement in the city's photometric ordinance to have lower fixture heights for luminaires and to have a lower lighting standard, again, to not shed light onto residential properties. Where there's sites shall include a type B as a landscape buffer with a minimum of a 4-foot opaque masonry wall or a privet type hedge along the side and rear boundaries to minimize the view of the fueling pumps. The use of outdoor speakers for promotional or advertisement purposes shall be prohibited when adjacent to existing residential uses. Again, pretty straightforward with noise. Dumpsters shall be enclosed by a masonry wall and placed as far away from existing adjacent residential uses as practicable on the site and shall not be less than 50 feet measured from the residential property line. Car wash facilities and associated elements such as vacuums shall be prohibited when adjacent to an existing residential use. Outside of that, they would be allowed. And a convenience store or restaurant or combination thereof would be present with fueling positions that exceed 6. So that would be the alternative proposal would be to increase the number of fueling positions as I described with the neighborhood compatibility standards that were provided in collaboration. Oh, thank you. With the proposal.
Okay, Commissioner Chase.
Could you just confirm, just for people that might be listening, when you say, so we keep talking about the Kangaroo at 16th and 43rd. So that's 12 positions, I believe, right? So it's six
pumps, right?
One on each
12
side.
positions, exactly.
Okay.
Okay. All right, keep going.
Oh, well, sorry. I actually have one more slide. Subsequent to the plan board, we've been meeting with property owners and trying to identify, some minor revisions to the code for consistency. So we're taking these for your review. That includes, and these are, mostly generated from, receiving input from property owners about, this use or that use. So our recommendation would be to add indoor recreation uses to the urban mixed use 1 T4M1 district. We had a conversation with Gainesville Rock Gym, who had identified that their current zoning allows for indoor recreation uses, and the T4M1 inadvertently did not. So we would recommend adding that as a permitted use by right. Adding light assembly, fabrication, and processing to the urban mixed use 1 within enclosed buildings. Again, we had a conversation with a sign fabricator in the Grove Street neighborhood. They had a warehouse zoning district. It's a sort of funky kitchen sink zoning district. It's been in the city's code for a long time. It allows residential, it allows manufacturing, it allows, sort of everything under the sun. So in order to maintain that person's conforming status, we would recommend adding that light assembly, fabrication, and processing. And again, this sort of gets back to the discussion that we had in February about trying to promote the sort of new technology, new fabrication in the city. We'd also recommend adding microbreweries, microdistilleries, and micro wineries to the urban mixed use 1 district. And when those are adjacent to residential, require a special use permit, or when the tasting room exceeds 2,500 square feet. Again, we had interest from property owner in the Grove Street neighborhood. It was warehouse, and they would like to potentially pursue the idea of a microbrewery there. And so we're trying to carry that forward. And then adjusting the minimum side setback in the urban mixed use 1 T4M1 district from 10 feet to 5 feet for consistency with the other zoning districts. And I want to say this is sort of indicative of the type of cleanup that will be continuing if this gets approved between now and when the first reading of ordinance would occur. And then again, as Mr. Dush indicated, we would be instituting a periodic 6-month review to hopefully clean these things up and not have a property owner have to bring these forward. It would be the city bringing these forward for consistency. So with that, Ms. Lazari and I are tag teaming the latter part of the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. O'Neil Lazare, Planning and Development Services. As part of this overall process of updating the Land Development Code, there are also changes that are needed to the comprehensive plan for consistency among all our documents. And so this petition, PB 14-40 CPA, is the text changes that are needed for that process. As an overview of the proposals for the text changes, there are additions of new future land use categories, and these new categories will be implementing the new zoning districts that we've been talking about. All those T-zones require some new land use categories. There is the deletion of some future land use categories because they have become antiquated with the proposed new zoning. Some changes in the office land use category. The central corridors design standards will be removed from the transportation mobility element. The central corridors design standards are a special area plan, and that is proposed for elimination as part of the Land Development Code update, so the references would have to be removed from the comprehensive plan. And there is a change in the policy language about automobile-oriented developments to reference the updated Land Development Code. And Mr. Persons just spent quite a bit of time on the auto-oriented uses, the drive-through facilities, and the gas stations, and those would be removed from the comprehensive plan transportation mobility element and incorporated only now into the Land Development Code. So I indicated that there would be new future land use categories that would be added, and those four are the mixed use office residential, and that would allow up to 20 units per acre. The urban mixed use, which would allow up to 100 units per acre and 25 additional by special use permit. The urban mixed use high intensity, which is 10 to 150 units per acre and an additional 25 by special use permit. And the urban core, up to 200 units per acre and 25 additional by special use permit. And as Mr. Persons indicated, this density issue is one of the policy issues that the Commission will be making. So these categories would have to be amended if you amend the categories for the zoning. There are four future land use categories that are being deleted. They are the mixed-use residential that exists only in the College Park area, the urban mixed-use 1, the urban mixed-use 2, and the mixed-use high intensity. The mixed-use high intensity is currently in the downtown area and is related to the CCD, and it is being replaced by an urban core. These are the correspondence. One of the state requirements is that we have future land use categories and zoning categories. The zoning categories implement the future land use categories, and you have to have a correspondence. So, for example, the residential low density would allow up to 15 units per acre, and that would become or be implemented by the new T4R, which is the urban residential low density, and so forth. And I can go through each of these if you wish me to, but in the interest of speed, just understand that each land use category has a corresponding zoning. And
do we have the map so we can see how extensive T4R is versus?
Yes, I can get to the map if we want to. It's
we can
several
probably come
sites.
back to that. It's just we see now what the numbers look like,
Yes, sir.
and then later we're going to see the name with the shading on a map. And it might be hard to sort of relate the two and say, okay, well, this one is the low density area, this one's higher density, and this is really urban core type density. So when we get there, just if you can reference that.
We'll do our best.
Great.
And remind us if we don't.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
There are proposed changes that I indicated in the office land use category, and they are twofold. One is to allow hospitals and large-scale medical facilities up to 14 stories by a special use permit process when located in the medical zoning district. and that would solely be when it's implemented again by the medical zoning district. And then we are adding some non-office type uses as new uses. These would include restaurants and small-scale retail uses of limited size, and that size would be set in the Land Development Code by a special use permit process. There are some proposed changes to the transportation mobility element, and as I indicated before, one of those is that we would be deleting the references to the Central Corridors design standards and anything about the Central Corridors because that special area plan would be deleted. And then there's amended text concerning the auto-oriented uses such as drive-through facilities, gas stations, and structured parking, such that it references the regulations in the Land Development Code and removes it from the comprehensive plan. And I would be happy to answer questions about the...
Can we see what the amended text is?
It is in your backup.
Okay.
And it is Exhibit
To amend
A-1, and it would be several pages in transportation mobility element changes. There would be changes to Objective 10.4 and the policies. And I can just kind of read what it would indicate on Objective 10.4. Automobile-oriented developments uses within the TMPA, and that's a Transportation Mobility Program area, including drive-through facilities, surface parking lots as a principal use, parking garages, car washes, and gasoline service stations, shall be regulated as follows. And then there are a set of regulations below that in policies. Those are all stricken. And then it says simply shall be regulated by the Land Development Code. And those are the conditions that Mr. Persons just mentioned. So those would be stricken. And then similarly, the information about the gas retail petroleum sales, which is gas stations, those are stricken. And the information about the drive-thrus is also stricken. And basically what it says about drive-through facilities is, and again, Policy 10.4.2, drive-through facilities shall be specially regulated by the Land Development Code. The regulations shall include provisions that include the maximum number of drive-through lanes, queuing space, minimization of the number of access points to public streets, bypass lanes, or driveway areas to avoid backups at the site, consideration of pedestrian bicyclist safety, location of drive-through lanes, and minimization of the visual impacts of drive-through lanes on street frontage areas. And those would be regulated, again, in the Land Development Code with the discussion that Mr. Persons just had.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
No lights.
All right. So this is the text change to the Land Development Code portion. This map shows, and I have it later in the presentation, this is the city boundaries here. So this gives you a feel for the actual area that we're talking about with the new zoning districts. This is the University of Florida here.
Yeah.
And again, 95% of the city would not be affected or not be subject to the new zoning districts. The remaining 5.1% would be included. So this is somewhat of a recap from our discussion at the February workshop, but the code is proposing the replacement of the College Park, University Heights, Traditional City, Southwest 13th Street, Southeast Gainesville Renaissance Initiative, and Central Corridor Special Area Plans. Again, this is the map that we saw earlier of the location of the special area plans in the city. This is the Traditional City here, University Heights here, College Park. This is 13th Street here, University Avenue for reference. The red lines here indicate the location of the Central Corridor Special Area Plans. This is Segre out here. This is Southwest 13th Street. And this is the urban village. It's not a special area plan, but it's included. There are 8 new zoning districts. They include the single-family residential. This is the T3. Includes single-family.
Commissioner Wells.
Forgive me. Sorry about that. Just going back to the areas, you had mentioned that there's that one that's not included within the form-based code update. It's called corporate park. Is that because the essence of the design restrictions within that are held within the PD for that area already?
That, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It's a little bit of a funky thing with the.
'Cause it's not a separate special area plan, but it's actually in the plan development.
I think it's both, actually, but it wasn't one of the ones that we're proposing to replace.
Okay.
If I could just clarify.
Sure.
The corporate park special area plan it's actually known as the Triangle Special Area Plan, and it's really not a PD. It is a special area plan. It was designed primarily for access issues because of 43rd Street coming down through that area and the transition of the residential in that area to office. So it has some very special characteristics, but it is in an area. I think when Commissioner Chase was discussing what areas would be included in the transect zoning areas, it was not considered one of the areas that was likely to be in the transect area, so that's why this special area plan was not replaced there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, as I was saying, there are 8 new zoning districts that are being proposed. Includes the single-family residential, the T3. That includes single-family development and some institutional uses. For reference, this was one of the zoning districts that the initial proposal had on the map in some of our single-family neighborhoods. That was taken, based on all the input we received, that was taken off of the map. However, the zoning district is still retained in the text. There's the urban office or urban residential low density, includes single family, attached dwelling, small scale, multiple family, some institutional uses. The T4OR, the urban office residential, this includes residential office, as Ms. Lazari indicated, some limited retail or restaurants by special use permit. Urban mixed use 1 includes multifamily, office, commercial uses. The T4C includes multiple family, office, retail, and auto-oriented uses. Urban mixed use 2 is very similar in terms of the uses it allows. The T5 includes all of the same, including some light industrial. And then the T6, the urban core, is very similar to T5 in the type of uses it allows. This is an example of the type of tables that are now found in the code. This is a use table. The dimensional tables in here and here. This is essentially boiling down all those common design standards that were in the special area plans and consolidating them into essentially 3 or 4 pages. This is, again, to improve ease of use and legibility of the code. The code also includes removal of some standards which improve impediments to development, such as the functional second story in the Southwest 13th Street Special Area Plan, removing detailed requirements for building design and materials, such as the College Park Special Area Plan. There's simplified regulation of uses, again, moving away from the SIC code, providing for more administrative review of projects that meet code and not requiring a board review as an automatic thing. Providing clearer criteria for special use permits, shifting the responsibilities of the Board of Adjustment to the Development Review Board, providing a process, as I mentioned earlier, to allow the expansion and reinvestment of nonconforming uses, remove prohibition on some of the special area plans on certain uses, establishing a heightened development compatibility standard for projects that are adjacent to single-family residential and historic districts, and I'll touch on that in a minute. Create transition zoning districts to provide for more compatibility, and establish a bedrooms to unit multiplier within the UF context area. This is a illustration of the height compatibility standard, which touched on in our February workshop. This would be within 100 feet of any single-family zone property or historic district. Building heights would be limited to 2.5 stories or 3 stories with a flat roof. And the maximum building width would be 60 feet. This would be the single-family zoning or historic district here. and then the 3 stories. The difference is in University Heights special area, or in the University Heights area, there is a 4th story to reflect the current height in those areas, and then the Power District has its own height compatibility standard that the Commission approved. The bedrooms per unit modifier, during our plan board hearings, we had a lot of feedback from property owners concerning the sort of disconnect between the number of units, as in the base density of some of our zoning districts, with the actual number of bedrooms that are being constructed. We've been seeing an ongoing trend towards more and more bedrooms per unit, so 4 or 5 and even some 6. And so we looked at a number of other peer cities, college towns, and what they did for their bedrooms and units. And what we came up with is a Gainesville-specific proposal. This would be for multifamily developments within the university context area. It would establish a multiplier of 1 unit for 1 unit would equal 2.75 bedrooms. There would be no restrictions on the bedroom mix. For instance, we looked at some college communities which actually stipulated, you can have so many 3-bedroom units, so many 4-bedroom units, and that was not the direction that we wanted to go in or what we were hearing. So we looked at a number of developments that were done recently, compared that to the 2.75 bedroom modifier, and we're confident that is a good number for the city.
So does that mean like the 1 unit equals 2.75 beds?
Correct.
So does that mean you can't build the loft idea, just 1 unit, 1 room?
No. It would. We're not restricting the mix. It would just be a base
average,
right?
So they'd have to average out. So
right.
if they have a loft here, they need a 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom.
If say you had a 10-acre, for simple math, a 10-acre site, and it allowed for 1 unit per acre, you would multiply the 10 times 1 times 2.75. So for it would be based on the base density and the land area.
Got it.
And again, this is really to provide more transparency for the public, where we see maybe a 10-unit development that may have 6 bedrooms, so you end up with really 60 residents as opposed to 10, and provide more transparency. And Ms. Lazari will speak to this one.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor. O'Neill Lazari, Planning and Development Services. In addition to the changes to the text of the comprehensive plan and the land development code, there are actual individual property changes that are required, both land use changes to those and zoning changes. And we'll be talking about those now. We finally have the map up, and so I hope we can show some areas here that will help everyone. The hot pink color here, this is the urban village area, and this is the area here around Innovation Square, and then some of the area down here near the Shands Hospital. That is the urban mixed-use high land use category, or the T5 category. So that just helps. The darker purple here, we talked about the urban core. That is the downtown area and surroundings. So that's the sort of the heart of the community.
That how many units per acre?
The proposal is up to 200 units per acre, that area.
Okay.
Now, getting to the color differentiation here on this is a little tougher, but the reddish areas here are the urban mixed use category, and that is implemented by 3 different zoning districts, which Mr. Persons will talk to you about, but it's currently under the proposal would allow for up to 100 units per acre by right and 25 additional by special use permit for the land use category. But remember, it's implemented by 3 different zoning categories that start at lower levels than that. So the T4M1, the T4M2, and the T4C all are implementing this urban mixed-use category. The color here, I guess orange maybe, or tangerine color, is the urban office residential category. Or I'm sorry, the mixed-use office residential category. And that would allow up to 20 units per acre. So those are the 4 land use categories that we'll be using, and then the implementing zoning, there are more zoning districts within those. Are there any questions about the map?
And this is more, I think it's more the hypothetical realm when we talk about 200 units per acre. That's a lot of density, and I'm trying to think when you match it with the height restrictions, is that even possible? I mean, how many stories do you have to have?
Well,
I guess
the urban core allows up to 14 stories. Is that correct? So
on a
Can you give us an
couple of
example?
acres, 14 stories, I guess you could get somewhere north of 200 acre units.
And if you did, for example, either like studio apartments or a loft type apartments, which is common in sort of downtown areas, you could probably achieve that density.
Okay.
So that is the future land use map. And just as an overview of that, it involves about 1,829.3 acres of land. That's about 4.5% of the city's land area. And I think you've heard Mr. Persons talk about the fact that the zoning involves about 5.1% of the city's land area. There are fewer changes needed to the future land use map for individual properties because we are reusing and repurposing the residential low land use category for some zoning districts, so that's why it's less. 85.9% of the area is already developed, meaning that we would be looking at redevelopment occurring in those areas, and it involves the centrally located areas around the University of Florida, the downtown areas. And again, we applied the 4 new future land use categories that are implemented by the new zoning districts: the mixed-use office residential, the urban mixed-use high intensity, and the urban core. And the residential low density will implement the T4R, which is the urban residential low density. And the basis for the recommendation, because we have to have a basis for land use changes, is that this is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan goals for redevelopment, improving the quality and form of development, efficient use of utilities and infrastructure, transportation choice, and economic development. Compatibility with surrounding uses is ensured by step-downs in density and intensity when near single-family areas in historic districts. Those are ensured by the type of category that is placed on the land and the land development regulations. Mr. Persons just discussed that height compatibility. It minimizes environmental impacts due to the location in already developed areas, again, over 85%. It supports urban infill and redevelopment by providing incentives for development or redevelopment in those areas. It may have a positive impact on affordable housing availability due to increased densities. It's located within the city's transportation program area with requirements for mitigation of new trips. Public facilities and services are available in the area due to development status and location, and it discourages urban sprawl.
Can you go back? I have a question.
Yes.
The question of, number 5, may have a positive impact. Sounds like it may, sounds like it may not. How do we arrive at that number?
We can place a land use category and a zoning district on property developers may come in and develop at a lower density than is provided for, and so that might mean that we have fewer units than we would expect under the proposals.
Well, I mean, even if you have more units, that does not necessarily translate into units people can afford. If you have a mixed use, I mean, one of the things we talk about mixed use is it tends to incent the highest and best use, which we like. We like to see the real projects, but one of the things you don't find are units that are priced at I'm looking at the state statute for the definition. Affordable means that monthly rents or monthly mortgage payments, including taxes and insurance, do not exceed 30% of that amount, which represents the percentage of the median annual gross income for the households. So do we even try to see if that's working out? Because I'm thinking of high-density, mixed-use urban areas, and the only ones that are anywhere near, quote, affordable are the ones with rent controls, which is a government subsidy. It's certainly not market-driven. So how do we say this, through market forces, creates affordable housing as we understand it?
Again,
If I may, one of the incentives for that is market-based, a market-based incentive as opposed to a mandate or a command and control approach, is that in the there is a height bonus provision, and if there are affordable housing units provided, that is one of the components that would allow for an increase in height. So from like the 12 to the 14 units that we talked about earlier in the downtown area.
That is command and control. That's not market, right?
It's an incentive-based component.
In other words, just the creation of greater densities does not necessarily say we're going to build them at a rate people can afford at 30% of the median income. We're saying if we come along with some carrots, then maybe they'll artificially price some of them low, get the others at higher value. Again, where's the market? It's not there.
I understand, and I think that if one of the discussions that we've had during the Community Development Committee meetings, and Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Wells can perhaps address this, because there were a number of issues related to affordable housing, and then the discussion became achievable. And again, without some sort of a regulation that would compel or require a certain amount of housing, then it is up to the market. And so we had that discussion at the Community Development
I get it. And I mean, we have number 5 in there because we have in our comprehensive plan that affordable housing is something that's very important to us. So we want to say something about that. But the reality is, if you look most every urban area in the entire country, the place where you can truly build housing that's affordable is out on the urban edge, which is something we don't like because we call it sprawl. And see, we want to discourage urban sprawl. But actually, it's in those areas that you can build housing most people can afford. So instead, we're going to come back and say, well, we're actually going to achieve that through high densities and mixed uses, when in fact, unless there is a governmental mandate of some kind, whether it's sort of on the incentive side or the disincentive side, it's still a mandate. Unless we do that, we really don't have affordable housing necessarily here. So what I would like, certainly before we take this up again, is I'd like you to identify those urban areas where you have seen a significant boost in densities that have yielded market-based affordable housing, not mandate-based. Love to see that. Otherwise, we scrub number 5 because I just don't think it. I don't see where you have any application for it.
And I think that's why we use the word may have a positive impact, because we can't know. We can't know if the developers will build at the maximum density. And if we have significant density in this 4.5 or 5.1% of the city, that leaves open the remainder, the 95% of the city, for those affordable units if those are desirable. But again, the density, it's a may or may not, just based on having additional units.
Okay. Commissioner Chase.
This might be better for Mr. Dush. I mean, and I'm not trying to ask this to get into a big, debate over what it means, but I want to know what staff means by urban sprawl. When you say discourages urban sprawl, what is it? Because I hear all kinds of stuff from everything. And again, 4 years ago, remember, I'm just a guy living his life, had a crazy idea.
Urban sprawl in this context is going to be the findings necessary for the comp plan, and I'll ask Ms. Lazari for the definition from the state definition if we have what that means, because that's what that means, because it does mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So that's what that means in this context.
Okay.
There is a state statute definition of urban sprawl, and there are indicators laid out in the statute of what constitutes sprawl, and it's development sort of outside of areas where there are existing utilities and facilities, the use of agricultural land for new development, greenfield development, things like that. I can try to go get my comp plan and read those out to you if you want.
The reason I ask you is because if you go back to the prior two slides, I think, one of the things that kind of started, one more, right there. So, and again, I'm just saying this, I'm not saying y'all spent days figuring out how to do this or anything, but just, I keep seeing this, like the point over and over that it's just such a tiny fractional piece of the land of the city of Gainesville. And so if you actually read that and you do the math, and you guys know I'm the math geek up here, so it's 4.5%, but 90% almost is already developed. So you could back into a number where it's like fractionally less than 1% or something. I guess then you can include redevelopment. But how does urban sprawl occur in that little fractional area of land anyway?
I think that's exactly what we're talking about, that this would not constitute urban sprawl with this proposal because it does not fall under the criteria that the state statute has for what constitutes urban sprawl.
I guess my point was...
Any development in this core area.
Right. But I guess my point was it wasn't going to anyway. This isn't... Maybe I'm the only one that sees it, and that happens often.
Well, we have to make certain findings with any comprehensive plan amendment that changes land use, and we have to make findings about whether or not it would be promoting urban sprawl, and that's why we're pointing out that this does not constitute urban sprawl.
Okay, so the fact that it wasn't prior to that doesn't matter, just it continues to not.
That's correct. If we were proposing a large agricultural piece of land that was completely vacant and was in good agricultural use, I don't know what we have here, cattle farm or something like that, we would have to make findings as to whether or not that would be promoting urban sprawl. And the test for that would be more difficult because there wouldn't be facilities available to serve it already. It would be an agricultural use, et cetera. Whereas this area is already primarily developed. It has existing public facilities serving it, et cetera. So it's not new development on
So this is sort of, my words, kind of the legal statutory litmus test for changing land.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yes.
We're compelled to make these findings.
Correct.
All right?
Yes.
Thank you. I tend to spend my time focusing on chickens and stuff, y'all know, so I'm picking it all up here. So, all right, so back to that low number, though. I mean, is that, what is this, you keep kind of have done this analysis of the percentage of land that all this stuff entails. Is that just a number you just want to get us to know and understand?
Well, one of the reasons that we provided those numbers was to indicate, because we had heard early on in this discussion that the proposal, this rezoning and the comp plan changes that were being brought forward were going to rezone the entire city. And so what we wanted to... No.
Okay.
No.
Teasing.
Okay. So that was one of the reasons. That was one of the reasons why we. You got me. Yeah, that was one of the reasons why we provided those numbers, was to just provide the facts to indicate that the areas that aren't being rezoned, the areas that are being rezoned, and what that means. And that the number about how much is being developed also indicates that a lot of these areas are poised for redevelopment. And so how do we assist that? Because we hear a lot of information from applicants about, we have a lot of regulations that are conflicting. It'd sure be nice to open this up a little bit more. Let's look at the impacts as opposed to this SIC 44 number or whatever it is. And so that's one of the reasons why we provided those numbers, was to give that.
Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable, but I just think it's important because I no matter what, on some of these really difficult issues we come to, I think I've certainly witnessed a very good effort to reach out to everybody, to adapt, to adjust. People know this, but you took your job just as this was starting to hit. So, and I appreciate your efforts. I don't know if people know this, but my understanding is that the new city auditor takes his job the day before the GRU audit hits the streets. So you can tell him what that's like. I appreciate some information because it did start out at a higher number.
It did. It was 8.3%.
And so the numbers are what they are, 8.3 approximately.
Oh, 8.3.
So
Some of us are in 2 decimal places, so.
all right. But I guess my point in asking some of those questions is just to show that, why you've gone through this and that it has been very iterative, and I know there's still some pieces here and there that are they're necessarily not perfect, but it's appreciate the effort y'all have made. And my whole question on the urban sprawl is that I think it's important that people do know that there's a definition, there's a state mandated definition, not Todd Chase's view of it or anyone out here's or anyone else, right? So thank you.
If you would like, I can provide you with the state statutory reference number.
Maybe over the weekend.
Okay.
I think it's been defined as any type of housing built behind where I live, and that's sprawl. Where I'm at, that's okay. Commissioner Poe.
Moment maybe is somewhat a pass, but I want to go back to your affordable housing question because I think it's an important one, and I think the simple answer, Mr. Mayor, is that it's a supply and demand issue, and so if you go back to, can you guys go back to the statement that it may increase affordable housing? That if our overall market rate housing stock increases, that supply curve shifts out to the right, that lowers the overall market price of housing. It might not be in the development that gets built where that affordable housing is, but the overall cost of housing will go, there will be more affordable housing available in the market with a greater market supply. And so that's why I think you can, with relative confidence, point to a positive correlation between more dense development and more affordable housing in the city. Now, if the point that you are leading down is that if we want to ensure affordable housing in the new development, and you are willing to have a discussion about something prescriptive, then I'm all ears. I don't think that's what they're suggesting, though. I think they're just saying that because we're going to have a greater increase in the housing stock in Gainesville, that you're going to see more affordable market rate housing.
And I was not, in fact, I don't see how it could be interpreted that I was asking that we prescribe a certain number of units be artificially priced low. I was simply saying that the way you read that statement, it would read that the densities created there, the units created to increase those densities would be affordable. That's the way, if you read it plainly, if we want to get in supply curves and how this has residual effect on net housing, that's fine. But I can tell you, where do you think that net housing, those affordable units in the net housing mix are going to be found? I'll tell you where: the suburbs, which we want to discourage. When we talk about sprawl, I know the definition pretty well. And you've hinted on it. Places that are sort of at the extended limits of our infrastructure tend to consume open space. Let's go back 30 years to when Lincoln Estates was built. That was on the urban edge. That's exactly how we would define sprawl, which is we would discourage it. But it provided a lot of affordable housing for people. Up in North Gainesville, Northwood Oaks, built specifically for middle and low middle income folks. we would discourage that under today's comprehensive plan and under our proposed adoption. And I'm just saying, I don't want to discourage that. I think that's good. You have people able to own a home and live in these areas. And I don't think it's necessarily bad, but those things would not pass today. We wouldn't approve projects like that today. And so my only point, Commissioner, is that when you read that, you say, oh, okay, yeah, much higher densities, affordable units, I get it, and that's what we want. And my point is that doesn't necessarily follow, and I challenge our staff to present us these examples of high density urban areas that are producing market-based affordable units in their new developments. I don't think they are. If we're saying there's residual affordability in the existing stock, fine, but again, then let's not discourage where that manifests itself, because it's going to manifest itself in the urban edge. That's just the way it always is. Commissioner Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, a newsflash is that the market, frankly, isn't producing affordable housing units anywhere. I think there's a lot of evidence, whether you're in the rural areas, the suburban areas, or in the urban areas, the market isn't producing for affordable for the lowest income residents. Now, affordability, what you quoted, of course, that just depends on the affordability, the income of the residents. So there will be units in here that are in the affordable range for the folks that go in there. But I think there's no question that if we provide more units in the urban core, given a given level of population growth for this region, the housing costs overall will be lower. Whether it will be in that unit or on average, I can't tell you that, and that's, I think, why the staff was careful to say may, because a lot of that depends on the entities that come in and do that housing development. I'd love to have a conversation not just about government ways to prescribe it, which I think is a legitimate way to talk about that, but also to talk about how you can get different corporate entities, nonprofit and for-profit, who have different market goals. Is their goal to provide for the $100,000 income family student, or is it to provide more senior housing? There are plenty of firms all over this country that do affordable density and do it very well. And one of the shortcomings of the affordability number that you quoted, and I'm not knocking you, that's the one that we use, is that it doesn't often take into account access to employment and services. So having density can actually be superior. You may be paying more for your house, but you're close to employment, you're close to services. It also doesn't encounter costs of transportation, which can be a very significant cost for folks having to travel farther. So there are factors that improve the affordability by just doing density that aren't factored into the affordable definition that the state uses. And I would hope that we would include that. If you're interested, urban sprawl is available in the Florida statutes, and you're right, it focuses on development patterns characterized by low density, automobile dependent development, not saying you can't drive a car, but that that's your only way of viably getting to jobs, to services, is driving. Not functionally relating single or multiple uses, requiring an extension of new public facilities or services in an inefficient manner, and failing to provide a clear separation between urban and rural uses. So, I think that reflects that both what you're saying has merit, and I think the effort to encourage more density in the urban core has merit. They're not enemies of one another. They are complements to one another. Going back to the parking minimums, there is a fact that a parking unit costs a lot to develop, and not requiring every unit to be purchased with a parking spot, if it's in a location where the person can get access to those services or employment by other means, can reduce the cost of somebody's housing unit. Doesn't mean you don't want to figure out parking, you're right. Just a question of whether or not you want to require it to be paid by the housing unit or in some other way, such as market-priced parking, which I'd be a big fan of doing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and Commissioner Warren.
Thank you. Just to give some examples of where how the market has responded to when we've had an increase in newer development. Many of the neighborhoods around the university with the College of Education and up 13th Street, 4th Avenue, in that area where we've had new development, what we have seen with the market is that with all those newer developments that tend to be very much in the high-priced market, some of the older units, whether it's a house dwelling or apartment complexes, had incredible reductions in the price values and easily affordable to many people who were, you're talking about the difference between a two-bedroom apartment for $40,000 versus $200,000. And those have been seen recently in the last 10 years. And similarly, as we've seen newer houses being built, that newer house attracts a higher priced budget, and the older homes surrounding them, which tend to be the homes that are harder for energy efficiency, are the ones that are affordable to lower incomes. But then they're dealing with those higher utility bills, which is a whole other conversation we'll have later today. But there are many examples of where that urban infill is what we're talking about, to be able to encourage increased density and reduce, by having more density in the inner core, we reduce urban sprawl in the way that fewer people are having to go further out where it's harder for them to reach their destination. So it's being able to live closer to where their center lives and density travels and destinations are, that this infill is supportive in the nation.
And we definitely need to move on, but I just want to say that there's the assumption that destination is fixed somewhere in the center, and so if you live out in the suburbs, you're somehow going a further distance. The employment phenomena of the last 15 years has been what? Most employment's been moving out to the suburbs and not downtown. We've had this whole conversation about center cities losing downtown. We're just now celebrating the last 4 years, where we can point to center cities coming back alive. The fact is, the trend has been it's been moving outward. So, the same Florida legislature that we curse at most of the day for not knowing what they're, to suddenly hold their definition of sprawl as gospel, I don't think necessarily fits. I don't necessarily think it follows that if you live in the urban edge, that you necessarily drive further to a place of employment than if you live downtown. Only if you work downtown, Otherwise, the distance may be the same. So, all right, let's go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, before I sit down, I would point out to members of the public who are sitting here that these tables that we've been talking about, we have a few copies over on the right side if anybody wants to pick one up.
Okay. As he gingerly approaches the microphone.
It's a good discussion.
Don't you bring up 8 times.
No. I'll be quick. Okay, this is the final petition presentation. This is for the zoning map change. Again, I apologize. It's probably going to be somewhat rehashing our last discussion, but for all the audience here, Commissioner Chase hit on the iterative process that this has been. And in keeping that, I want to sort of highlight the iterations that we've gone through. During the plan board discussions and before that and meetings with neighborhoods, there were a number of changes that were made to the zoning map, and these included removing the single-family and similarly situated neighborhoods from the zoning changes, such as Duck Pond, Porters, Oak Park, Lake Meta, Pleasant Street, removal of the area west of College Park. I know some of the property owners are here, probably will speak of that. Removal of the area between West University Avenue and Southwest 2nd Avenue. Reduction of proposed zoning in multiple areas to better match existing zoning districts. And again, you have that decision point before you tonight on that as well. Removal of the Southeast 4th Street and South Main Street industrial areas from the proposed rezoning. We developed the urban office residential, the T4OR, and assigned that to the map to provide more transition. In keeping, the T4M1 was also developed to provide greater transition. We developed the T4C to apply to certain corridors. There was an expansion of the urban core district into Innovation Square. The reduction of the original proposal from the Grove Street and Pleasant Street neighborhoods to better provide more protections for single-family areas. There were revisions to the proposed zoning for Southwest 13th Street and Waldo Road areas. That's where the T4C zoning district was placed, to encourage, to account for existing intensities and uses and encourage redevelopment. The revision of zoning of a property on Northwest 5th Avenue in College Park, across from the United Church of Gainesville, and I have a map to show that. And then the removal of the Kennedy Homes site from the proposed zoning map based on CRA feedback with neighborhood meetings. So this is the zoning map again. Then do you have the maps? We have one area where there was a staff proposed revision based on input that we had received for consistency. Thank you. This is the thank you. This is the University Heights neighborhood. The property in question the properties in question are shown here. This is today they're zoned urban mixed use 2. Under the proposal, they were somewhat inadvertently proposed for T4M1. However, in keeping with how we treated other urban mixed use 2 zone properties where we placed the T5 zoning district on that, this did not receive that. And again, I think it is oversight. So staff's recommendation is to place the T5 zoning on that that piece, inconsistent with the urban mixed use 2 zoning today.
Yes, Commissioner Warren.
With that being a recent change, is there anything that requires there to be ample time for public awareness of this change for us to be voting on that issue in particular?
Someone needs to answer that.
My understanding is you can make that decision tonight, unless the attorney says otherwise.
The answer would be no to your question, I believe.
And I'm sorry, could you restate the question?
Well, Mr. Persons was indicating that there was an oversight in the designation of some of the zones and that they were making a change in their proposal here tonight for us to consider. And with the consideration of the amount of public hearings that we've had with all these topics up to now, I was just wondering if there's a policy requirement that would prevent us from being able to vote on that inclusion at this time.
I don't believe so, because this is a legislative matter and you all will see it again as an ordinance. So they're simply making, I think, the correction for the record tonight.
Okay.
And in this case, it is more of a housekeeping fix, because we've treated similarly zoned properties the same way with placing the T5, but again, it's more of a Scrivener's error.
Well, and I'd also consider that you did have several conversations in the community about this, but maybe that it just wasn't included with the presentation for tonight, but it had been talked with people already. So I was just wondering if there had been an opportunity for public feedback on that action.
Sure. Sorry. This is Southwest 2nd Avenue here. And this is West University Avenue here. This is the Southwest 10th Street here. Yes, 10th. And Southwest 12th Street here. This is the near the Innovation Square in the University Heights district.
Thank you.
Did I get your question? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, to
Yes.
Commissioner Warren's question, at the ordinance stage, we have to do another notification. So the property owner will be notified, and there will be another ad that we have to run in the newspaper.
Okay.
The other zoning map issue that we wanted to bring to your attention, this was another example of where there was a difference between staff's recommendation and what the plan board approved. This is Northwest 5th Avenue. This is the United Church of Gainesville here. This initial staff proposal for this piece that I've highlighted in blue here was to place the T4OR zoning district, the office residential, which would have allowed 20 units by right and up to 3 stories. The property owner in this area came to the plan board and made an argument for why this should be T4M1. The plan board approved that recommendation, and so we wanted to bring that to your attention tonight, because I know some of the residents in College Park will probably bring it up.
Commissioner Chase.
Could you just, in sort of layman's English, tell what it would be allowed under the new
So under what the plan board approved, this would be eligible for up to 50 units per acre, 60 with a special use permit, 4 stories by right, and up to 5 with the height bonus. So it would increase the density and it would increase the height for this. And I think the neighborhood was concerned about the transition to the across the street from the church.
That's what the owner asked for?
That's what the owner asked for and what the plan board approved, yes. The staff recommendation was to place a T4 OR, which is 3 stories and 20 units per acre. That would match the existing zoning on the property, which is RMF 7, I believe, which allows up to 21 units per acre.
So I guess the onus is on every landowner, I guess, one of the ways that we kind of changed and altered this thing was hearing from concerned people. So if the assumption is that everybody had the equal opportunity to know what was going on, and I get it. I mean, we've tried to do the best we can, but, I mean, what's to prevent that happening throughout the edges of all this stuff? Or has it happened? Are we done?
I don't know about that.
I don't either.
I think, any property owner can obviously come and say, well, I think this zoning is better for my property than other, and then it comes down to your decision. That's why, for consistency, where there was a difference between the staff recommendation and what the plan board recommended, we want to bring that to your attention.
Is that's at 5th and 17th?
5th. This is Northwest 15th Street.
Okay, so that way is, all right.
And I believe the property owner who spoke on this is here tonight, so he may want to speak about
hear
it.
from him.
Okay, thank you.
And that actually concludes our presentation, I believe. This is the proposed zoning map, and that is the staff recommendation.
So on that, you
Yes.
have, back on slide 21, you have alternative recommendations. Are those aren't embedded in those?
No, it would be, that's what we're looking for, policy direction on those, on the density, the height, minimum parking, and then ratifying the alternative proposal for gas stations. And then the map change the 2 map changes that we just discussed, or the map change that we just discussed.
All right, so.
And I can go back to those slides if
Well, I'm just trying to think how to do it without it being so overly complicated, because here you have the staff recommendation, all we see is the language, petition PB 1440 CPA. That doesn't tell me which of these has if say a majority wanted to adopt the alternative recommendation on gas stations, whatever, do we have to make that alternative recommendation for each petition or just one of them? If so, which one?
One option, Mr. Mayor, to consider is to go through each of those 4 different policy components and take a vote on that component. And then we can wrap those up into a recommendation based upon the previous actions.
So where on your slide presentation are the 4 different policy components? 20 page, right? Shouldn't we see them? And then we just ask.
So can we go to 1440 first?
See, that's what I'm trying to say. What's the easiest way? Page 18. I have plan board recommendation. Well, I don't know.
So here, yes. So
Okay.
it's going to be this page, and it's going to be the very similar page
Wait,
for
which
the
page
height.
is that?
That's 9.
That's 9? Okay, so if we go to 9. Wait, I see it.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Just on this slide,
And then Carter.
I'm sorry. Just verify, so this is what staff recommended to the plan board.
That's correct.
Plan board approved 1,
Correct.
but not 2, 3, and 4.
Correct.
So, which would say their recommendation would be the bigger numbers?
Yes. That's
On each of
correct.
those?
The bigger numbers right here is what they approved. This was staff's recommendation.
Okay.
So if they didn't approve T4M2 and all that stuff, what's the default? In other words, what's the default numbers we're looking at?
So the default recommendation for that change, if you were not to make any changes. So let's say that you deliberated and you said, you know what, let's just take that the recommendation that's put forward. The one that's embodied is the one that the number one. That's the default. And so again, you have the option to approve that, to modify that, to deny that, and the same thing with 2, 3, and 4, of course.
Yeah, but we're going to do something with a zoning district called T6, right? But am I to take it when we say the plan board didn't agree, are we saying that that's the default? Or no action was taken?
Again, the recommendation from the plan board was to propose the higher number. The staff recommendation was the lower number. The plan board said we want the higher number. That's what
the higher number.
they recommended the higher numbers on all of number 2, 3, and 4.
Gotcha. Okay, they approved the higher numbers.
Yes.
Okay, understood now. Sorry. Commissioner, I think Carter?
Yep.
And then Warren.
And I feel for all the citizens trying to keep up with this because I have a playbook and I can't. Okay, so I just want to be real clear. You're asking for staff recommendations, and you almost got the answer to make me feel good. And you're saying to forget what the plan board's saying and go to staff recommendations on 2, 3, and 4.
No, let me be very clear.
Because you're saying staff recommend. I'm not clear, so that's why I'm trying to get this.
And let me try to be very clear. What we wanted to do on any of those policy issues where the staff recommendation and the plan board recommendation were different, we wanted to bring those to you so you had all of the information to make an informed decision based upon that input. I would never say that forget the plan board's recommendation and take the staff recommendation. What we're simply doing is saying this is what the plan board had recommended and this is what the city staff had recommended. And then, as Commissioner Chase had indicated, because of the salary that you take, you get to make that decision.
Well, yeah, but I just saw it at the conclusion. Basically, it was recommend, this, and this. At the end, when he was saying you could recommend all 4, and it just seemed to me that you wanted us to go with staff recommendation. That's why I wanted clarification. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Warren.
With the consideration of, you had staff and planning board approval for 1, but the others, 2, 3, and 4, were there any short descriptions as to why the planning board felt that it was better to stay with the higher numbers, or why the staff felt what would be their recommendation was to go with the lower numbers? What, in a nutshell, were some of the points of disagreement or discussion?
Again, without getting into the nuance and not wanting to, to speak for all of the individual plan board members, the recommendation from staff was really a sort of a reflection of the input that we heard from the neighbors to provide a transition and to better reflect what some of those existing sort of intensities were. And so that was our recommendation based upon that input that we had heard from the neighbors.
So that's the staff. How about
correct.
the planning board? Their recommendation to stay with the higher number was because that's the way it was already?
Well, that was the recommendation that was put forward. That's not, that was the way that was already relative to, those were the initial numbers, if you will, that were provided with the draft code.
And had previously been approved, right?
Well, no, they hadn't been approved. So the consultant prepared a plan. We took it out and we shared it with the community and we received input. And so what we had done by proposing an alternative to what that initial proposal was, if you will, is embodied in those lower numbers. The plan board had recommended that the initial sort of proposal, those higher numbers, be maintained because of what they can do in terms of providing for redevelopment opportunities. And so again, staff's recommendation was different than the plan board's, and it was basically on the input that we had heard from the neighbors.
But then if we vote on this, we're voting basically to agree with staff, or it's almost like we need to have 4 discussions of each individual tier.
And so again, your
my salary puts me in that position of having to make that decision.
Well, again, we identified these 4 issues because this is the essence of the 100 plus meetings that we had with the community, and the over a dozen with the plan board on these issues. And so one way that you could consider moving through these items is to take each of these components that we talked about, and I think that's where the mayor was suggesting that page to identify that. And again, the recommendation that we put forward is up there. The recommendation that the plan board put forward is up there, and y'all can have that discussion to find out whether you want to take those recommendations or modify them, because your choices are to approve, deny, or modify.
And Mr. Mayor, I think if you look on your PowerPoint at
Don't move that.
Oh, sorry.
I have a question for that, because I think this at least gets at my frustration and maybe some of the others. So I don't want you to go there. I'm looking at the very last slide that says staff recommendation, and then we have this here, staff recommendation plan board. So if we move to approve petition PB 1440 CPA and all the other ones, does that mean we're approving number 1 only, or does that mean we're approving 1 only with the lower density, but 2, 3, and 4 with the higher number of units?
Yes, is the short answer. And just so I can reiterate it, because I think if I can rephrase the question.
Yeah, it was or, and so I got a yes on both, I guess. So
no, if the recommendation at the very end, which says approve the petition, what we always do is forward the recommendation of your appointed body, in this case the plan board. Okay. And so that the recommendation that last slide indicates would approve the first one, of course, the one in red, number 1, which is the reduction, but it would carry forward the plan board's recommendations of the higher densities.
It would be nice if it was worded that way up there, then, rather than saying reduce from.
Yeah, very convoluted. Commissioner Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Rand. And I want to make sure I understand where we are, because I don't want to. Are we in the conversation part about which
we're
we're
giving
advocating?
You a bonus if you figure out where we are.
And is it your intention to have a motion on the table that before we ask for a citizen comment?
Here's the thing. I don't want to entertain a motion until we are clear. I'm afraid
what the motion
we'll
would be.
pass something we think, oh, we got this figured out, and then we're going to end up with a bunch of angry residents 2 weeks from now saying, why did you vote for this? Well, that's what I thought we had. So
okay,
I
cool.
want greater clarity. One of the 3 of you need to be working on a clarification strategy while we do take citizen comment. And I think that might be the best approach. Typically, we wait until we get a motion on the floor to take public comment. But here's what we'll do. While we sort of ferret this stuff out ourselves, we'll take public comment, but with the understanding that this is probably your only shot at it, that we're not going to take public comment, get the motion, and then do it again. All the same comment again.
Right.
You're going to do the lights first.
So let me
do the lights first.
You mean there's a Fifth Avenue part 2? Oh my gosh.
Okay, so I have if I may, Mr. Mayor.
I am. We're going to go through. Okay, Commissioner Wells still has the floor.
Okay, so
yeah, we'll get to you, Commissioner.
So I'm going from the presumption, which I think is what you would have said yes to, which is that it's the city plan board recommendation that has come forward to us. If we choose to modify it as per staff, that's what the 2, 3, and 4 represent. And I definitely agree with the mayor and the others. Let's make it very clear that we're working from what was forwarded to us by our citizen body. Number 1, can you characterize the reasoning behind number 1 as opposed to 2, 3, and 4 for the plan board, reflecting that T4M1 is most proximate to existing single-family areas, whereas the other items are the more general question of density, but not proximity to existing single-family areas. Is that a fair characterization?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The T4M1 is more of a transitional district where you have it near residential.
And then I guess my second question, because you had another similar slide to this related to the parking component, right? Is that close enough you can get to it without having to be difficult? Okay, I think you went by it. Maybe not.
This is the
Two
breakdown.
back. Another one back. Didn't you have?
You went by the height.
Yeah, you want the height? Are you looking?
Oh no, I'm sorry.
You're looking for height or parking?
No, I was looking for parking.
Okay. Yes, this is the plan board recommendation. This was the staff proposal.
So going to the plan board, what the plan board approved left the parking requirement at none for the bulk of the new T zoning.
That's correct.
Covering that portion of the city that is under the T, one of the T zonings, correct? Well, I guess, except for the urban corridor, which is a little farther from the more central area of the city, which there it limited to 25% of required parking. And I just want to put forward the notion that actually, if for what most of us in this community are concerned about, the combination of relative density and relative congestion on our roadways, if those are the two things we're most concerned about, all the evidence is that adding parking requirements, even though it's, as the mayor said, there is the danger of the common, abusing of the common, but the more minimum parking requirements that we include, it will do the exact opposite of what we intend. And the best evidence that I can present is the existing situation with the University of Florida. If the University of Florida were a democracy and they voted to have free parking for everybody, which they could do if they were a democracy, the result would be that all of the neighborhoods around the university would have even more congestion coming through them and people living farther away from the university and less density in the urban core, which is the exact opposite of what we would want. Now, it's a balance. I'm not saying that you want to go to the infinite side either, where you just shove density anywhere. But I would suggest that we need to think very carefully about this parking requirement and sticking with not having a minimum parking requirement for most of the T zoning as per the plan board recommendation. I think the urban corridor, where it gets a little farther out, reflects what Commissioner Chase, I think, spoke about there's areas that are a little farther from the urban core, and it's a little less clear that the walkability is quite as viable in that area. This does not mean that we as a community shouldn't have conversation about how much additional parking should be made available. And we've already had that conversation in the innovation core area about trying to meet the parking requirements, not by telling everybody to build the minimum, but finding out what is the necessary parking to support the development that we want to attract to that area. So I'm going to ask folks to be thinking not just of the raw density numbers in the other slide, but also about sticking with the parking requirements that the plan board is suggesting. And there's a pretty good report that goes very specifically into this area that I'd like to refer you to if we get into that conversation farther. But I think it's not saying we shouldn't provide parking down here. It's the question of whether or not we should be attaching it to each and every development that comes into the downtown core area of our city. I had one other area that I wanted to ask about.
We can come back to you, Commissioner.
Can you go back to the density slide? Again, this is an allowable amount allowed at a maximum. This does not reflect how individual lots will all be developed, whether or not they can be developed given other constraints of the size and other factors that existing development that are on those sites. If they're high-value development, high-quality development, you will not see a market demand to demolish and go to this level of density. This is merely asking if you have a developable site, this is the most you could allow. Is that a correct understanding of this zoning?
That's correct.
Okay. So again, I would encourage us to take the plan board recommendation. I'd like to hear feedback because it reflects that we were concerned about how it impinges particularly on the single family areas, but it allows the greatest amount of flexibility in those areas where we need the flexibility, because not every site will be redevelopable. Only some sites will be. And this will allow the market to drive more redevelopment where it can be accomplished. So I'd love to hear feedback on whether or not you agree with that. I mean, that is a value statement, and that's what staff and the plan board have given us an opportunity to have that comparison. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you go slide 5 real quick, please?
Sorry, which slide is that?
Backwards 4. Keep going. Boom. So we started with talk about these 4 items. Where I'm a little confused is how we exactly put our input into these items. But building height is pretty simple. That's kind of the different options we've got here, right? And density, I guess, goes along with that too. The parking stuff, I'm just torn on it, but I'm ready to just realize I'll just go in hiding 20 years from now. And then the gas station, we still need some guidance on where to put some of that language. The gentleman mentioned Northwest 5th, that we need to understand before we vote on something. So those are my thoughts on that. If you go back to the slide, the 9th slide. So I'm prepared to, before I certainly entertain a motion, maybe there's so many people here that I'm still fascinated to hear what they all think, because I don't know. When I walked in at 6, I thought I was at the wrong meeting. So I'm very excited to hear from everybody what they think. But what I will say is, having watched this for 2 or 3 years, and I watched the plan boards long before Netflix. There was a Channel 12, and I watched the stuff. I'm not going to make. They do their job, but they're not reflective of me, totally. So many have been on there for years, long before I was there. I oftentimes find myself not agreeing with exactly where they are. It's not like these are massive disagreements here, but what I will say is that, for me, watching what our staff has done, watching all the conversations you've been through, all the meetings you've been through, I think that you're most accurately representing what the bulk of the majority of people who've met with feel. What I do know is that, in my opinion, what I've seen is an activist plan board who's got their own ideas, and that's cool. That's how it works. So I'm totally comfortable with staff's recommendation, and that's how I read this the whole time. And that's if you have concerns with densities, if you have concerns with heights, then I think that's what the staff was trying to bring in. That's how I feel, and that's how I'll end up voting. I appreciate that the planning board looks at things, but I've watched the planning board meetings. They're encouraging this kind of urbanism that I don't fully understand, but you know what? I think others that say they understand it view things just differently, and that's fine. So I view this as progress and certainly somewhat of a compromise, and ultimately I'll be deferring to staff recommendation both on slide 9, and then if you go forward to slide 13, same story there. So that's how I feel, but I'm happy to hear from everybody and order donuts and coffee, and we have a meeting Thursday.
Commissioner Henson-Rawls.
I believe, let me just clarify it for myself. I believe Commissioner Wells and Chase helped, but your recommendation is based on feedback from the community?
Yes.
And the recommendations you made to the plan board were based on these community meetings that you've been holding?
Yes.
Absolutely. So your parking requirements, what is that based on? Trends?
Let's get to that. This gets to a lot of the feedback that we heard from a lot of the community members as well, and trying to, again, strike that balance between, again, this parking issue. This is a tough issue. I mean, and it's a tough issue in every community, especially in college communities in and around the university. It is not an uncommon problem. And if there was a one solution, we would bring it to you, but there simply isn't, because there are so many different factors involved. And so, again, there was a lot of discussion. The plan board made their recommendation, and I think that it was embodied by some of the comments that you had heard from your fellow commissioners. Our recommendation was, again, trying to strike that balance between recognizing that there needs to be some additional parking in some areas, not in all, but in certain areas, and that's where our recommendation was. And again, I'll apologize and own any of the confusion for the recommendations, but our recommendation the recommendation that we bring forward is always from your plan board. We simply wanted to provide these alternatives because these were some of the biggest issues that we dealt with over the course of the meetings over the past year and a half, and we wanted to be as transparent and bring to you all of the information that we had dealt with on those issues and show you what your plan board recommended and what your staff recommended. And those were the areas that there were some differentiations on. And there's a lot in that code. So,
Well, let me just say how much I appreciate the work you've done in the community to try to find consensus with what you're doing. Is this your recommendation and the plan board, or just yours?
This is the staff recommendation. Yes. This is what the plan board was recommending.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Carter, and then Warren, and then we'll go to public comment.
I have a quick question back to the density per acres. And I asked this at one of the meetings, and I was sort of surprised by the answer. You know, when we were talking about height and everything, and I simply asked, how many times have we had people come in and say, I want to build a 10-story building? And the answer was 0. So let me ask you a question. In density, how many times have we had people come in and say, I want to build 100, 125 units per acre in T4? You know, I mean, is this a request that's out there, or are we just upsetting citizens? You know, I really need to know the answer to that. I mean, do we have people lined up for that density?
I think that in those areas where those higher densities are, we have seen some very dense projects. Okay. I don't know, Commissioner Carter, the numbers off the top of my head, but these aren't unlike some of the densities with some of the bigger projects that we see. So then again, that calibrated with that bedroom multiplier sort of really hits to what that proposal in terms of what that density is. But again, it's always forward thinking and trying to look at how do we incentivize that, because again, the community is a balance. It is a number of different uses and areas. Those of us that live in this community choose to live in certain different areas. The vast majority of the city is single-family residential. So what was identified, and this gets back to the original scope of this project, which was where are those areas in the city that you could employ some different zonings to incentivize development in some of these areas, and these are the areas where there already is very high allowable heights and zoning districts, or densities, and there are overlays on top of those areas. So that's where these areas are. Now, again, will all of the property that's identified there develop at that number? No, for a variety of different reasons. But again, it's an opportunity to allow for that to happen.
I just want to make sure we don't hire a consultant to come in from out of town to upset our citizens on something that will never happen. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you can sit there and say, well, be honest with you, we've never had that request and that's not the normal. I don't want to sit here and do this because someone from Orlando, Texas or California told us this is what Gainesville needs and they've never lived here a day. And that's my biggest concern. I mean, we're trying to build it like somebody else all the time. Everybody moved here because they love Gainesville, not because they love Texas or Orlando. They know where to go if they would love that. So I just want to make sure we're not upsetting our citizens and our investors and everything by doing something we shouldn't be doing.
Well, thank you. And if I may, I think that's one of the reasons why some of these alternatives were vetted through those neighborhood meetings and brought forward. Because I do recall some of the meetings that you had attended, and there was a specific meeting on Southwest 13th Street where we had a number of different discussions, and that actually resulted in the creation of a new zone district that was proposed, that corridor district that addresses a lot of those concerns that we had heard.
Commissioner Warren.
Thank you. Well, I feel like this is all Greek with all the UMUs, BUSs, and T4M2s. Looking at page 12 of 54, it talks about the building heights and zoning district. And in that, there's 2 columns. One shows the existing zoning and one's the proposed zoning. I'm using that as an example because then when I look at some of the other things that we talked about, parking and residential, we've we look at where the proposal is. Let me see if I can go to the one that was page 16 or 17, I think. We're talking about what the planning board has had and what you guys are having, and not having one place to have the 3 columns is what I think would be helpful. What it currently is, what staff's recommending, and what the planning board is recommending. It would be helpful for me to be able to say, ooh, that's one of those, huh? Okay. Anyways, that just for future requests, to help with this. I know it's a lot of information to try to get up just there with 2 columns, and another thing that I think would be helpful is to have like a little sheet that has, what CCD is, what UMU is, so that maybe then I'd have to have 3 sheets out here. But trying to go back and forth, I know we try to do things on our iPad so that we're not getting so much printed, but I've gotten dizzy up here trying to flip back and forth, on the scroller. So it would be helpful. We all have different number of committees that we are committed to, and I'm about to be Baker Act because I don't understand this one. So.
Okay, and I think actually staff can probably put together a couple of clarifying slides for us while we take citizen comment, because it looks like that period of time is going to be substantial. So I would ask, well, some of you need to be listening to answer potential questions, but I think someone needs to be sharpening the pencil and trying to incorporate some of what Commissioner Warren just said as sort of helpful guides to when we're done with public comment. Mr. Manager?
I just want to make sure, and I think Commissioner Warren's suggestion was very good, but I think the columns are the staff recommendation to the plan board, and then the plan board's recommendation, because we want to make clear that if you looked at the last slide, when it said adopt these 3 petitions, that was all based on the plan board's recommendation. And as Mr. Dish has tried to clarify, when we bring these forward and we say staff recommendation, it's reflecting the plan board's recommendation. But I think if we put a column in for staff recommendation to the plan board, I think that would be our recommendation prior to the plan board's action, which if you go back to those 4 densities and you saw where the plan board accepted 1 and there were 3 they didn't accept, those would be the 3 that were, the 4 total that were to the plan board, if that helps. And we can maybe try to capsulize that, in the next hour or so.
Okay. At this point, we will take public comment. If you wish to speak to these items, you can please come to the front. You'll need to give us your name for the record, and then you may proceed. We do have a timer, a 3-minute timer. We ask out of respect to the many people here who want to address this that you try to stay within that boundary. With that said, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Commissioners. I'm Robert Mounts. I live at 1639 Northwest 11th Road, the old Cox family land home and the first home built in Florida Park. I'm the lucky beneficiary there. I'm also on the board of the University Park Neighborhood Association. There's a letter on file submitted last week, signed by a couple of us, David Wilson and myself, which points out some specific issues regarding the College Heights area and also the strip on the east side of Southwest 13th Street across from the university. As a native of Gainesville and 2-time Gator, I am concerned primarily about what goes across from the University of Florida. 50 years ago, the issue was the SAE corner, which some of us tried to fight, even got a 3-member majority of the City Commission elected, but there's been a gas station there ever since. In the last 10 years, it's been University Corners or the standard. Now, the T5 designation, which is proposed for the Holiday Inn south to Norman Hall on the east side of Southwest 13th Street, to put it in perspective, would allow many more standards, 10 stories. And I know there's been some reduction in density and recommendations from the staff, and that's good. But we are allowing more standards. So those of you that agonized about what have we done with respect to the standard, now is your chance to stop massive new development all the way down that strip across from Tigard Hall. And I asked the question, why isn't 4 stories like Tigard Hall or Heavener Hall enough? So that's the issue I probably care most about. Because 13th Street cannot be widened. West for University Avenue cannot be widened to handle the increased traffic, and I don't know where it's going to go. The second issue, more particular to the University Park Neighborhood Association, is the whole area. It's on the map, about 5 blocks north of West University Avenue to 5th Avenue, which would be T4M1, which we learned tonight can include microbreweries, in addition to 6-story buildings. And it's scaled down to where it gets to 5th Avenue and J.J. Finley. It would be 3 stories. But again, there's these special use permits, and we objected generally to the use of special use permits because, frankly, we don't trust the process. What gets you a special use permit? The standard is the higher limit. And if it's going to be 3 stories, it should stay 3 stories. There shouldn't be exceptions. So that's our 2 major objections. I'm a homeowner. I happen to be a lawyer, but I'm not representing any party. I certainly don't represent the developers, and that's our concerns tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Will the next speaker please come forward? Oh, I guess we're done. No.
Mr. Mayor, we can't let that happen.
Nah.
Mark Goldstein, neighbor of Bob Mounts, Colonel Bob Mounts, who just spoke. Agree with everything he said. That saves 1.5 minutes. His concerns are the concerns of many of us in the community and the neighborhood. I'd start out by saying you have the power and the right to say 6 stories everywhere, no higher. You're probably not going to do it because I don't think you got the votes, Mayor. I think you probably would, and I think Todd might, but 6 stories. There's no reason to go any higher. We're the last best place in Florida. The rest of them are kind of messed up. They had kind of plans from out of town, like Todd Chase said, and they just did it. We're getting the same runaround, the same hustle. We're trying to do the right thing. Your staff actually made some sense. I went before the plan board many times, and with politeness, they essentially shot me down every time. Thank you very much, Dr. Goldstein. Go home. People left in tears, begging the plan board for things, and developers came in and got their way with us every time. So if there's anything I can do tonight, it's encourage you strongly to stay with the staff recommendations without respect for what Mr. Wells said. Stay with the staff recommendations. They heard from us. They saw us weep and cry. They saw our anger. They saw our distress. They went through many meetings in various places, and they tried to bring it a little bit more in the scale of our neighborhoods, even though it's way over the scale of our neighborhoods now. For example, one developer walked in the plan board. You heard it tonight. He's in the room, I think. Said, I don't like what you're opposing here. For years, students have lived in this area, but give me commercial-type zoning, and he got it. Staff didn't want it. Staff said no. Plan board gave it. I said, could you possibly go back to what the staff said? Plan board said, no, we can't. We're going to give it to him. No particular reason other than he wants to make more money on a commercial strip in our neighborhood where little kids walk by to J.J. Finley School ever since my children did. And a church, the center of our neighborhood is United Church, right there. Think of plasma centers allowed with people selling their blood and microbreweries as little children walk by to J.J. Finley. Stay with the staff recommendation. They recommended against it. And consider the possibility that we're overwhelmed by this thing. We don't understand it. You don't plan a city, you plan areas. And this thing plans such a large section of our city that you ought to really take more time, send it back, put a 6-story limit on it. You probably haven't got the votes. But stay with us. And we're the ones who came out for the meetings, and the plan board decided most of the time we weren't of any interest. And that was distressing. I went home many nights, very close to leaving town after all these years. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Would the next speaker come forward, please?
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. To move this massive rewrite through this process altogether makes it immune from any kind of scrutiny. And to add an item mislabeled as GRU governance, which is some sham advisory committee, and put it at the end of an atrocity like this, just shows how out of touch you are with the citizens. I'm in the Duck Pond, and next door is a Pleasant Street neighborhood. And I supported the narrowing of Main Street, and now we have a street that gets pretty clogged. And I think if we're going to narrow the streets and not remove the bottleneck from Northwest 6th Street and opting instead for a 12-foot wide bike lane that nobody uses, Then we have to understand that we can't have really high buildings along the edges of Pleasant Street because the roads simply cannot handle it. If we're going to narrow the roads, we have to reduce the zoning, not increase the zoning. You take an intersection like over on Waldo Road and University Avenue, where in the northwest corner there's a pocket of blight that has not yielded to the gentrification we've seen all around it. That's an excellent place to have really high density where you have Waldo Road and University Avenue to handle it. But to put really tall buildings along corridors where you've constricted the streets makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, except for the bottom line of the few property owners who's going to profit from that. I know that I have a hard time getting to the Thomas Center on Main Street now. You know, it really clogs up. And you start erecting really large buildings along that corridor, people will not be able to get out of downtown Gainesville. Not on 6th Street, not on Main Street, at all. They'll be trapped, even at 5 o'clock. It's really, the road is maxed out. So I like to just point out that nobody has a right to any particular zoning. And there's this been idea that we can, like if you look at this chart, they're raising it, but they're not lowering it. And if you're going to narrow streets and make it more pedestrian and bicycle friendly, then the zoning has to follow that. It's just common sense. And they'll have to settle for the reduced zoning that goes along with the decision to make downtown Gainesville be a place where you be, not you drive through, which I agree. I mean, I wish you would close Main Street. I wish you would close University Avenue. Just get rid of all the cars. But if you're going to do that, you know, you just have to get rid of these tall buildings. Okay. Period. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. All right. And finally, what happened to Goldstein's neighborhood, I don't really want that on the south side of the duck pond or on the other side of Main Street along Pleasant Street, because we'll be facing what he's facing, which is a disaster. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Will the next speaker please come forward?
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Diane Deavy. I live right on the edge of Gainesville on the shore of Bivens Arm. I oppose what the Plan Board is proposing. I have written a statement and given copies for distribution to you, but I'll make it short now. I have looked at the zoning that you're planning, the changes will make it possible, at least seem to imply that we are expecting a very large increase in population and jobs within the next 2 decades. And what I have asked, are we? I think we have to look at that. So what I've done is followed the work of David Denzel, whom I greatly respect and from whom I've learned a great deal. He has done many studies, and he has come to the conclusion of 1 in 5 counties in the U.S. that had a population of 40,000 or more in 1970 has exhibited a huge increase in the rate of growth of jobs compared to what they were doing in previous intervals. In other words, they've had a breakout upward in the number of jobs. And he lists 50 counties that have done that, and I have looked at all 50 and tried very carefully to figure out what factors were related to those which caused this increase, and does Gainesville share any of those characteristics. And it turns out that of the 50 counties, 41 increased in population because of their location. 31 of these, or 33 of these, were immediately either contained huge cities in them or were immediately adjacent or 1 county away from cities with populations of 500,000 to 10 million. So I think that if Gainesville were next to a city of $450,000 or $600,000, yeah, we might see a spillover of increase in population, but we aren't. Some of those counties had locations in very, very productive agricultural areas, and they had processing of agricultural products. For example, poultry was a major one, but also potatoes in Idaho and things like that. And we don't have the kind of soils which would promote that. In fact, we don't really have agricultural benefits hardly at all. Okay, some of them also had some unusual characteristics. Pueblo, Colorado, for example, had iron and steel, and has now a steel industry and has for a long time. Some counties are sites of major headquarters. Walmart, for example, is headquartered in Benton, Alabama, and that has given it a lot of jobs. And you can go on the list, and I will be happy. In fact, I'd like to share some of these with some of you in more detail. But you go down this list, and you find that Gainesville just isn't there. It doesn't share any of these characteristics of these counties that have a jump in population. So what I think that we have to look for is what Denslow said. Without this jump, we are going to continue to increase at a very small number of jobs every year, and 80 to 90% of those jobs will be associated or derived from the university and Shands and their related functions. And I think this is very sad, but basically, before we completely change our land use plans and plan for huge increases in density and so on, we ought to reconsider very carefully, or find some way to consider very carefully, what the odds are that we're going to need these. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Sal Lacasio. I live in Gainesville and have property in the area considered for rezoning. In staff presentation, they mentioned only one time and very briefly the historic districts that are in these areas that are proposed for rezoning. In case you don't know it, the city has arbitrarily selected properties to be in one of the three historical districts. We have one in the Duck Pond, in University Heights North and South. Frequently, I say arbitrary, and without really reason. You can go a block away from many of these properties that are within the district, and they are not in the district. So it is very arbitrary, it's unfair, it's expensive, and it's really unnecessary. If four property owners within the rezoned area decide to pool their property to make an acre so they can put 50 units, they could not if one of the properties are within a historic district. It is very unfair, it is very unreasonable, and it is not necessary. I think a property owner should have a right to be included or excluded from these historic districts. The properties were put into these districts without any discussion with, some discussion with the owners, but not a right to say yes or no. I think any property owner should be able to be excluded if they so desire. And so this should be discussed as part of this rezoning situation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'm Aaron Green. I own property in the Northwest Fifth Avenue area, one of the areas that's been discussed in the, I believe it's called T4M1 proposed zoning. Now, presently, we are a mixed-use zoning category. I was on the city commission some years ago, along with Mayor Goldstein, when we struggled with what kind of zoning would be imposed on the Northwest Fifth Avenue neighborhood when they referred to it as Enumeration District 1644. You remember that, Mark? Okay. We're doing just fine. I don't know where I was in the meeting when people started getting excluded from this. The Pleasant Street area was a part of the Enumeration District. The only difference or distinction between the Fifth Avenue neighborhood and the Pleasant Street historic district is 6th Street. East of 6th Street is the Pleasant Street Historic District. West of 6th Street to 13th Street is the Northwest Fifth Avenue. It's kind of an imaginary line of demarcation, but the neighborhood is the same. And I missed my chance to plead and beg to be excluded from this discussion. But since I'm a part of it, I own the southwest corner of Northwest 5th Avenue and 6th Street. All the political signs, everybody running for the city commission got a sign there right now. It runs
What really
west.
matters is, did you have my sign?
I had your sign there, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. And that's important to know.
Whatever this guy said.
Yeah, right. It runs west for about a small city block. On the north side of 5th Avenue, I own about a half a block. I also own 2 residential lots in the neighborhood. Under the proposed T4 M1 category, my cocktail lounge and bar is not permitted by right. It's taken away. I have commercial zoning for that property now, but under the proposed M1 T4 proposal that you're considering, I lose that zoning by right. Now, at this stage of my life, I'm doing estate planning. I'm the last in the line of people who might own that bar. I'm looking at my grandchildren, my children, and any potential buyers. You talk about financing. I don't know how that would affect a piece of property that doesn't have zoning by right. I heard all these assurances tonight that this would be assuaged if you needed a special permit, but I'm not dealing with the city commission to get the special permit. I'm dealing with some bureaucrat down at the Thomas Center. I'm going to have a very hard time getting that permit. So I want to keep my zoning, my commercial zoning on that property by right. It was given to the property. It was granted, the city commission granted to the property some years ago when Commissioner Goldstein and I were on the city commission, and I didn't own the property then. My dad did. But it's been that way under the mixed-use category, and we're doing just fine in the 5th Avenue neighborhood without all of this consideration.
Begin concluding, please.
Right. As a little historic aside, I noticed in the chart that you've given microbreweries, allowed them in the neighborhood. That seems to be a little discriminatory. They were added in. And as an additional historical note, we are 3 of the oldest minority businesses in the city, in that neighborhood. Fletcher's Cocktail Lounge, not permitted by right. Duncan Brothers Funeral Home, not permitted by right. And I'm not speaking for Mr. Duncan.
Okay.
And Safety Cab Company, not permitted by right.
What was the last one?
That's the last one. We're in our 57th year.
What was the name of it?
Safety Cab.
Safety Cab Company.
Okay.
We're in our 57th year. The Duncans, I'm sure, are in their 63rd, 65th year. And it's been a safety cab company all my life.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
We'd like to opt out.
Gotcha. Opt out. Next speaker, please. And please try to stay within that 3-minute boundary if you can.
Good evening. Jim McFarland. I live over in the Northwest 18th Avenue area across from Gainesville High School, in a nice area on top of the aquifer that feeds 3 different water management districts. A very critical thing. I don't think we're taking fully into consideration what we're doing in this plan for our city. I've grown up in Gainesville. I've seen changes, and I've worked with planning in a lot of places. I'm seeing us squeezing everything in on top of a road. I would challenge each one of you before you vote on this to go walk down 13th Street on the sidewalk in a busy part of the day. Go by Gainesville High School, go by the new developments, the new 13th luxury apartments, and see how fun it is to walk along there, and particularly if a fire truck or an ambulance comes by there wide open. You can't hear, you can't see. Now, I bring this up because while we've got a lot of intensity has gone into this plan, not everybody's walking this city and understanding this city. You know, I've walked those areas when there was nothing there except fields and AAA or A&W root beer out there looking over where Walmart was down on the bottom side. Some beautiful springs. I'm concerned of our watershed, our density, where we're getting the water from, where we're building all these buildings, how we're accomplishing that. And I'm not sure we have looked at an infrastructure. If you take 16th Avenue, a one-lane direction each direction, and you start adding in beside it buildings going up 6 floors with restaurants or whatever on the bottom and more housing on the top, there is not an infrastructure in this city to handle the traffic. And before we start changing plans, we need to do that. Now, I say this from you not as just some ignorant guy that came up. I worked on a Gainesville plan when I was in high school and with planning and zoning, looking what should this city look like. So I've looked into the future. And I have spent a lot of time in the past months in Charleston, in Louisiana, looking at greenways being tried to squeeze in. We have that option, and we're not looking at it now. Instead, we're looking at building the density so tight that we can match what they've done in those big cities. New York's trying to figure out how to make greenways. They're moving buildings back. We're squeezing everything on top of a road with this plan. Now, that takes me to my backyard. I've grown up there, and I love to sit out there, see a sunset off over Gainesville High School, see the sun rise the other direction, see a lake that's out there. If I take apartments and I put them 5 foot from my property line and they go up 3 stories, I don't see much of anything that way. If I go out the other direction, I look at the angle for 6 floors along 13th Street, I will not see the sun after 3 in the afternoon. The sunset changes. If you haven't been in the mountains, you don't understand that. If you've seen mountains in big city, you start to see that. The sun baking off of that increases heat. We need trees in this city because they're better, air conditioning than what you can put in the wall unit. So we've got a few things that we need to think about in infrastructure, green carbon, water, that I think we've overlooked. I think we need to work on this some more before we say, yeah, this is a go, we're great for another 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please come forward. Next speaker.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Donna Taylor. I own a property on Northwest 6th Street. I've only been in Gainesville for about 10 years, but I have noticed there are so many vacant properties in the area where my property is. I have lease offices that I lease. It makes it very hard because people see the vacant properties, they see the rundown houses that aren't even occupied. And I just really agree with the lady that spoke before that we really need to consider the population growth potential and also the job growth, because a lot of people know jobs, and then you're bringing all of these big buildings in and big construction in. And I just really think that, as a side, we need to consider something that would encourage people to remanufacture buildings that are currently vacant, change their use, rather than tearing it down and building a whole new building that's almost the exact same thing. But anyway, I agree with that lady's recommendation that we really do need to consider what our population growth potential is going to be and what our job growth potential is going to be before we start increasing all of these things and allowing people to we're not Orlando, we're not West Palm Beach, we're not Jacksonville, we're Gainesville. We're a university town, and we need to stay looking like a university town rather than a big city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Kurt Johnson. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all. Just a couple of observations. I think I heard that it was 22 years since the last vote on this type of magnitude, and it seems to me this is a kind of a huge impact on our city. And sitting here in the audience, it seems like we all, including you folks, are trying to understand really well what you're voting on. And if this huge impact is going to be voted on tonight, it kind of concerns me that the process, not you folks individually, but the process doesn't allow for you to understand really clearly and maybe be doing some fine tuning before the vote. Not like, I can't quite, I'm going back and forth trying to understand this thing. It's kind of a huge impact. And beyond that, I own a house on 6th Avenue, Northwest, in the Pleasant Street neighborhood. And I got this notice as dated March 11th, and it was in the newspaper recently. I didn't get anything else, so I don't know, I accept some responsibility for not reading all those little things in the paper that you really can't understand. A layman can't understand. So I'm finding out about this very recently, and this was my first opportunity. And to hear someone else who did learn sooner, who approached the planning board and said, I own this piece of property here, they highlighted it, I'd like the density and the height to be raised. They said, okay. Well, I would like to have the same opportunity, but I didn't find out in time. My little house is on 6th Avenue. It's on the north side, and that's the borderline. That's considered historical conservation. On the south side of the same street, like from me to you, then there can now be a microbrewery 3 stories high on the other side of the same street. I can see if we shared a back property line, but to be facing that cute 1929 house, which I lovingly restored, cute little front porch. People love living there. Now they're going to be looking at who knows what directly across the street. So I would hope it could at least include both sides of the same street. So that's that, and that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. I'll tell you what, we can sort of line up some of you, not everyone, but I mean, you can we got sort of an ingress there, and then that might make for a little bit more efficient flow.
Jane Berman-Holtum, good evening. I haven't seen some of you in a long time. I get kind of frustrated with this process, go away for a while, then come back and say, why am I here? The reason I'm here is because we have issues with how citizens get input into this process. As you're all aware, there was a special area plan for 13th Street, and many of us spent 3 or 4 days of our lives and time working really hard on a plan, which wasn't perfect. It didn't come out quite right because it had some parking issues, like no parking. But it was a plan that we all kind of agreed to and negotiated with, and staff had input, and it definitely wasn't perfect. But special area plans have at least a lot of citizen input and chit-chat and stuff. But it got thrown out because suddenly with this new process, we have a new consultant comes into town for efficiency. So suddenly we have efficiency and forget the plans. Forget what the citizens negotiated for, what we spent our hearts working on for efficiency. And efficiency scares me even more when I realized when I went to Development Review Board recently. And basically you go, and if it's in the comprehensive plan, it's allowed. It's like, why did I come? So I go, wow, then what's allowed is the most issue, the greatest and the most serious issue to me, the citizen, is what's allowed. Because I can't speak about it in a DRB, and it doesn't go past the DRB, as if it fits all the requirements. They go on. So I'm really concerned about this. So I'm saying, wow, why have we got these special use permits, these bonuses? Wow, me as a citizen, I have no input. This is all negotiated. So I would like to say that staff does their darndest. I mean, they do listen. I've had conversations with them. I've known many of them for years. And we chat on the phone and we go round and round about things. But it ends up being, sorry, Jane, it's in the plan. So I'm really concerned about what gets into the plan. And what I've discovered is special use permits, bonuses, those are not good things because that means citizens have no input. The worst part that I discovered at the DRB, which, by the way, was fascinating, for a start, we have Dear Citizens, and I worked very hard on the Citizens Advisory Committee for years. And I worked my little heart out on that one. But I was just a citizen. So we have just citizens doing these major decisions on the rest of our lives, which I have extreme problems with. I'd like to talk to you. So if I can't get past the Development Review Board to a plan board, which is more citizens, to get to you, I'm concerned. So it's being cut out. But then I learn at the DRB, very excitably, that we're talking about units. And you go, oh, a unit. Units usually, units per acre, 1, 2, 3 bedrooms. 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, 4, 5, 6 plus lofts that can be used as bedrooms. So suddenly a unit that you and I all knew about for 40, 50 years or however many years they've been, suddenly a unit is not 2 or 3 people sleeping there, it's 5 or 6. So it's like it's got exponentially crazy units. And then the other thing that came up that's fascinating is that the allowance was 35 feet maximum. And they went, well, within 35 feet, it's 2 stories within 100 feet of single family or 35 feet. Well, they went, well, you can combine them. You can have 2.5 or 3 because it's under 35 feet. And I went, wait a minute. Is it the 2 feet or is it the 35 feet? Which holds? And it's whatever.
Concluding, please.
Okay, so it's whatever's negotiated. So my issue is the process for citizens' input has become too efficient, too streamlined, too lacking of input. And I really appreciate being able to give input here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Finally.
You made several starts at it.
Little false starts there. Evening, Mayor, Commissioners. John Fleming, Trimark Properties. As much as I would love to argue with Mr. Goldstein tonight, because we really enjoy that, I'm going to stay away from any neighborhood other than University Heights and Innovation Square. So I had a few quick comments on that, just to at least give you my thoughts. Density. So density, by all means, with respect to UPNA and the other districts, in University Heights, everybody's talking about these great numbers and, oh, my goodness, it's 10 stores and things. I just want you to understand the lower end of that scale. So T4M1 at 50 to 60 units takes out about 4 infill projects in University Heights that we've done, and including Savion, which was just done, that I think most of us would agree looks pretty good on the pond, would not meet that first requirement. It exceeds it. So that gives you the lower end spectrum. And we're talking about most of those are in the historic district, and we're working around historic structures anyway. But the density, because we don't get an acre down there. We get 1/8 of an acre. We get 1/4 of an acre. So those units, regardless of 1, 5, we don't do those. But regardless, we would exceed those on a number of our properties. So that's specifically for University Heights. With regards to the Southwest 2nd Avenue, and I don't have this slide up, but Commissioner Warren, you had asked about that one piece along the north side of Southwest 2nd Avenue. That currently is zoned UMU2, which allows 100 units by right, another 25 by special use permit. It was being proposed to drop down to 50 or 60. So it's a major drop. One of the bigger issues I had was not the density so much, but it also dropped uses. It no longer allowed a boutique hotel to go in. It no longer allowed some things that we kind of really want in Innovation Square and in that area. So luckily planning has proposed and taken it back up to an area that, or into a zoning category, TSEC zone, that would allow those things. It has automatically some restrictions on it anyway because of the historic district, so it wouldn't matter if it was T6 zoning that allowed the most dense. It tops out at 4 stories because it's within 100 feet of the historic district, both north and south. So it really becomes the use part that is the major issue. And then with regards to parking, I will reiterate Commissioner Wells' words earlier. The parking in that area in University Heights is key. Putting a restriction on particular units and not allowing us to share, to use a property next door that has additional, to use a parking lot that already exists down the street, a surface lot for those kind of restricts what happens on a particular property, and you'll see less and less infill. One great thing that's going on is the market forces in that area are finally starting to reach to the point where we're starting to look at private garages that are going to be necessary for that area. So I would encourage you to leave the no parking. The market has done really well in there and will continue to do well and dictate it. If someone comes in and doesn't put enough parking, they'll know it real quick. I mean, the density or their rents will go down, their occupancies will go down, and they won't make that mistake again. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Pete Burns. I'm General Manager for Trademark Metals. We have a facility here in Gainesville at 817 Waldo Road. Just wanted to point out, it looks like the theme here seems to be that we need a little more time to think about this plan and whether or not we should vote on it today. One thing I'd like to mention specifically is under this new plan, the zoning changes. And right now we're operating under a special use permit. Now we'd just be a urban mixed use. This could have potentially some issues in the future. If there was a catastrophic event, we wouldn't be able to rebuild. We'd be operating under a non-conforming facility. What I ask is that we amend it and actually add in to some of the uses to be recycling, or more specifically metal recycling, under the permitted uses. That's all I have. That's all I ask. Appreciate you listening. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Sharon Bauer, and I'm president of Northeast Neighbors. We're a neighborhood association that's just east of the Duck Pond neighborhood, between there and Waldo Road. And these proposed changes would rezone our neighborhood from residential to mixed use, at least the bottom half of our neighborhood from 4th Avenue down to University. And that is an area that, since the 1800s, has been exclusively single family, with the exception of the East Side Garden Apartments, the Camp Blanding barracks that were brought over after World War II to meet the influx of veterans. But other than that, it's entirely single family. We're bordered by commercial properties on University and on Waldo, and there are plenty of vacant commercial properties there. I didn't realize that there was a real crying need for commercial property that would require rezoning our single-family neighborhood to mixed use. We've been attending meetings on this for a very long time now, and the question we keep asking is, why? Why are staff so intent on destroying the character of this neighborhood that has been single family since the 1800s and is very similar to the Duck Pond neighborhood across the street? I bought there because it was like the historic district but more affordable. And now, at our meetings, my neighbors come and they say that they've got these conspiracy theories. They think that there's some politically connected developer who wants to drive our property values down in order to build some office complex or something over there close to downtown and close to the Duck Pond neighborhood. I don't know why. Nobody will tell us why. But I am here once again for the umpteenth time to ask you to please keep our neighborhood residential. Keep commercial zoning, the microbreweries, the offices, the retail, the restaurants, all those things that mixed-use category allows out of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Sharon Bauer, B-O-W. I'm sorry? B-A-U-E-R. B-A-U-E-R. Gotcha. Okay, next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dan Hammond. I own property. My father and I own property on 4th Avenue. Basically, when you stand on our property and look north, you're looking at the new courthouse. I understand what a lot of concerns are as far as the overall large undertaking that this is, and obviously you have many issues to consider. I won't speak to those, but just for the fact, from my little corner of the world where I'm at, I do favor the proposed changes for the property and how it would impact my property. It, of course, helps with densities. My father and I have been trying to design a project for that parcel. I'm a contractor myself. Not that densities are the cure-all for everything, but certainly if there is a little bit of an increase for our particular parcel, it certainly would not hurt. Also, the other point I would like to make that was mentioned by one of the staff members here tonight was, that area, Southwest 4th Avenue and Main Street, has had some challenges and some issues in the past. I feel that there's momentum there in that area now. It seems to be improving dramatically in the years that we've owned the property. I would like to see that momentum continue. I think some of the changes that are proposed would help that momentum and help revitalize that area. So I would just like to conclude that I am in favor of how these proposed changes would impact that area and my particular situation. And I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your comments. Would the next speaker please come forward?
Good evening. My name is David Oth. I live at 425 Northeast Historic District area, and for the last 28 years. Other than the historic campus, I think it ought to be mentioned that there are 5 historic districts, in case people forget: the Northeast, the Southeast, Pleasant Street, University Heights North, and University Heights South. I would hope that the planning department would include the boundaries of these 5 historic districts on their maps so we could know where they are in relationship to this zoning change. Through massive protests, the people living in the Northeast Historic District where I live, it's called the Duck Pond neighborhood, were able to beat back this high densification proposal, but only in their immediate vicinity of living. This is gratifying. However, residents do have to leave their homes on occasion. The present zoning changes to be voted on will turn downtown Gainesville basically into Chicago over the next 50-year period. And that's going to happen anyway because of what's happening in Florida as a whole. And of course, Chicago has heavy rail system. We do not. We don't even have a light rail system. But we'll have to have light rail if this zoning goes through. All 5 historic districts will be negatively impacted internally by massive increases in human density and height, building height. What will be needed if this is approved, of course, is first of all the total replacement of the city sewer system, which is ancient. It's 100 years old, so somebody's got to pay for this. We're going to have a whole new city sewer system. Number 2, of course, obviously vehicle traffic. It's already been mentioned in the core. It's already almost in gridlock. And that also will continue to explode, of course, if we bring more and more people into the downtown, which is going to happen anyway. Is everybody going to be forced to use bicycles, buses, and light rail? I would be in favor of this personally, but I can't speak for everybody, and I know most people will want to give up their personal vehicles. Third, all the people must be provided with fresh water. At present, the Murphy well field serves over 200,000 Gainesvillians, and there's a huge cone of depression which already exists. How are you going to provide the fresh water for all these new people that are going to come into the downtown? I don't know. I mean, you got to do it some way, and that costs a lot of money. The present zoning allows plenty of room to cram in more humans into the city core. Please leave the land development regulations or code and city comprehensive plan alone in this regard. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Would the next speaker please step forward?
My name is Tana Silva. I'm a 19-year resident of the wonderful Pleasant Street Historic District. In full disclosure, I bought my house at an affordable housing auction that was brilliant. The city helped to organize, architecture students, banks, NHDC, all kinds of agencies to put owner-occupants into the neighborhood. It was going downhill fast, and Habitat came in strong, and we're seeing the fruits of all of that now. And as I've written you, I wrote you about a month ago among your 7,000 emails that you get every month with a letter and a petition, the petition being from homeowners who represent 60 properties in the Pleasant Street District asking for a lower height limit of 2 stories within the neighborhood, and a letter of a lot of concerns that I have and listing some specifics at the end, which I can reiterate in another written communication to you with more clarity. What I'd like to say is we really love our neighborhood. And as I wrote in my letter, we have a high incidence of self-employment that is overlooked when people are talking at a high level about economic development. I don't share the prevalent, friendliness toward the staff's recommendations. And even as has been presented on one of these slides, the staff's reducing some densities or whatever in the Pleasant Street neighborhood. That is not really what I've found to be true. I can go into more of that. Anyway, as a freelancer myself, a longtime self-employed person, I've been editing a book this week on, it's a photographic essay about United Fruit Company coming into Honduras and turning it into, with government complicity, a banana republic. And I'm suddenly feeling like a Honduran in 1920 when I see things like this that is already in the code, that, how much of this is coming from the innovation economy that is Florida-driven, University of Florida-driven research, represented in agri-technology, aviation, aerospace, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Why is this even in the city code? Why does the city have to have anything to do with what the University of Florida feels are? And if I can just go a little over, this is already in the code too. Encourage reinvestment in the form of capital projects, et cetera, designed to eradicate slum and blight and enhance urban form. That just says to me, recently I heard a neighborhood like mine to be called a pocket of poverty. I'm sorry, this just allows technocracy to come in and decide, make an aesthetic judgment about, what is blight, what is slum, and disregard that there is a lot of value, there's a lot of economic value, there's a lot of social value, there's a lot of environmental value in maintaining the neighborhoods. And one of the proposals that is before you right now is to go to R4,
You'll need to conclude, please.
Okay. All right. So my big concern is that staff is going to have too much control over what happens in the neighborhoods. You're getting rid of the Board of Adjustment. From what I saw Thursday at a plan board hearing, you might as well just get rid of the plan board too, because it's going to be, whatever developers decide.
Thank you for your comments.
15 units per acre does not belong in our neighborhood, nor do 18-foot wide lots.
Understood. Next speaker, please.
I'm Larry Seal, Mayor, Commissioners. I certainly am here to support the plan, and for a variety of reasons, one which is I do own property in that Fifth Avenue area, and I'm really excited that something's actually being done there to at least change the way that place has been for the past 30 years. There's nothing that's been going on over there that's worth really mentioning. I don't think that there's anyone here that would support Mr. Green's business or Duncan Funeral Home not being allowed to continue their business with the changes. So I think those things will work out. But what I do recognize, not necessarily as a property owner, but just as a citizen, that Gainesville, the inside of Gainesville, certainly needs a facelift, has been getting a facelift, and thank goodness that the Plan Board and some of the other projects that's been approved, Innovation Square, Southwest 2nd Avenue, that stuff looks fabulous. And it's about time that something was done in Gainesville that makes 13th Street better looking, that makes our areas nicer. And I don't know if people pay attention or not, but Gainesville's being sucked west. Everything is moving out to Celebration Point. All Butler Plaza's getting redesigned. And I don't know if anybody goes out there to eat. I hate Archer Road. I hate Newberry Road. It's nice to go to Applebee's. And it would be nice to see some of the nicer restaurants, the nicer places come into Gainesville so I don't have to travel to Archer Road. So it's just a personal thing. I look at things. We're never going to get 14 stories. I don't think anybody's going to ever build 14 stories in Gainesville. People want to go where all the shopping is, and all that's going to be out west. Gainesville is unique in the interior of Gainesville. 13th Street and all that just needs a real good facelift. And it's going to take zoning, and it's going to take investors to come into that area to make a difference for Gainesville. It doesn't matter to me if it's 10 stories, 14 stories. None of that, to me, even has a thought process, because I don't think anybody's ever going to build it. I know the university's there, and that's the draw for these apartments, but, we talk about parking, and I know parking's a big issue, but half of the people I rent to don't own cars. They're students. They have bicycles. They travel. They're less rich kids. I'm not going to call them poor, but they're working kids. They ride their bikes to school. That's what they want to do. Some of these apartments, I don't know how people will afford them anyway. They're looking at $500 or $600 a bedroom. I don't know how kids afford that, to be honest. And I look at it and I think, good grief, that much money for a bedroom, but that's what they're getting. So the market will play for these houses and what people build. So, thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Robert Pierce. Could I have the overhead, please?
Yes, please provide the overhead for Mr. Pierce. It's coming up. There you go.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I want to address the area bounded by University Avenue on the south, 5th Avenue on the north, 13th Street on the west, and 6th Street on the east. Situated between a growing University of Florida and a burgeoning downtown, rezoning this area is entirely appropriate, long overdue, and essential in the effort to attract financial reinvestment back into the area. None of these properties in this area have had single-family land use designation for well over 30 years, and most for much longer than that. I am very much in favor of this rezoning, and I ask that you approve it. Please note, if you will, that the area north of 5th Avenue has been withdrawn from this proposed rezoning, as has the area to the northeast in the Pleasant Street neighborhood where one of the previous speakers lives. Sorry about the scale change here. I lived in the middle of this area for almost 30 years, and I continue to maintain a daily presence there, working on a handful of old houses I own and rent out. According to the property appraiser records, less than 5% of the properties in this area are homesteaded. And based upon almost 40 years of observation, I would estimate that students constitute well over 95% of the population, who, I might add, are made up of a delightfully diverse variety of skin shades and ethnicities. There are currently several land use designations in this area, shaded in purples around most of the perimeter. The properties along University Avenue, 13th Street, 5th Avenue, and 6th Street have all had, for the most part, mixed-use land use designation for as long as anyone can remember. There is also a high-density PUD north of 3rd Avenue on 13th Street and industrial land use north of 3rd Avenue on 6th Street. Shaded in brown in this area, between the University Avenue corridor properties and 3rd Avenue, residential high-density land use has been in place for almost 25 years. Solid, viable houses sit for the most part quite compatibly next to multi-story, multiple-family apartment buildings and businesses. Shaded in light orange, situated in the middle of all these higher intensity uses, is a stretch of properties with residential low-density land use that has probably been in place for over 40 years. This is an extremely antiquated land use for this location at this point in time. It corresponds very poorly with the intensities of all the surrounding land uses and the present-day conditions on the ground. From 10th Street East in particular, there has been very little private sector reinvestment for decades, resulting in a high percentage of abandoned, dilapidated, and substandard housing stock, along with the typical host of ills associated with financial disinvestment. In conclusion, Mr. Mayor, if you want to foster compact, sustainable development, rather than continuing to gobble up our open spaces to accommodate growth, and if you want to attract financial reinvestment back into the heart of the city, rather than seeing those resources and energies dissipated in ever-sprawling greenfield development, and if you want to utilize existing infrastructure to accommodate additional development rather than burdening the taxpayers by building new, and if you want to create the conditions necessary to make alternative transportation a realistic, viable option, and if you want to stimulate much-needed redevelopment in the slum and blighted areas of our city, then you have to allow modern uses that correspond with what the private sector is willing to invest in today, not what they might have been willing to invest in 40 or 50 years ago. And you have to allow development forms that are attractive to a modern era population.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, and I ask you to approve this rezoning.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Paula Stamer. I'm a resident of Gainesville. I do not currently reside in an area that is going to be affected by this proposal, but I'm against it in any event. I think it is putting the cart before the horse. There's absolutely no demand or evidence of any demand for the increased density that's being proposed. There's no evidence of the practicality or necessity of increasing the density on the scale proposed. It's clear from your own discussions among yourselves thus far this evening that there isn't a great deal of clarity in your own minds as to what the full impact of these proposed changes are likely to be. And it's clear from the comments of individuals who've come forward that a few people may have already been, may be falling through the cracks. It is no comfort that they might later be able to come forward and seek some remediation of their changed circumstances. Increasing the density or the allowable density is not necessarily going to be controlled by what is unfailingly referred to as or seen as the benevolent hand of the market. The market can be pretty cruel. Subsidies of different kinds, special loans of different kinds, special opportunities of different kinds can spur all kinds of totally unwise, unnecessary development. I give you, for example, as I'm sure you all can predict, the biomass plant. We had 600 megawatts of generating capacity. We rarely used more than 350, even in extreme weather circumstances. And the decision was made that we should add another 100 megawatts generating capacity at the cost of several $billion, even while GRU indebtedness was dramatically increasing for other reasons at the same time. Too much, too soon, nothing to sustain it. We're now paying twice the market rate for electricity. This is the magic hand of the market because the special subsidies were available for building a woody biomass plant. A hustler with no criticism meant, but I know that drives the economy very often. A hustler got wind of the opportunity, they came to town, and they sold us a bill of goods. And now we're stuck. And the same thing could happen by increasing the densities allowable in this city, and when there is absolutely no demonstrated need whatsoever. And a consequence could well be empty housing stock and commercial space already existing, and the degradation of other areas and neighborhoods because of the proximity to increased density building and the inclination to tax at what the highest use could be, even though you may only have a residential property in that area. So I urge you to recognize that you're being asked to digest too much, too soon.
Thank you.
Where there are neighborhoods that deserve some change, such as along South Main Street and so on, the changes can be made incrementally, but not these sweeping changes that are going to cast such a wide net. An awful lot of destruction, unintended, is likely to result. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Damer. Next speaker. It's a sweet transition to biomass plant, too, by the way. Go ahead.
My name is Andy Coffey. I'm here on behalf of several property owners, and I'd like to address some technical concerns with the proposed code update. These properties are not necessarily being rezoned, but the text amendment may have implications that would create a nonconformity. And one of them is the removal of gas stations as a allowed use by right in the MU1 district. Under the proposed code, it would require a special use permit, and that is not currently required of property owners in the MU1 district. The second issue is the bedroom multiplier, and I know staff has looked at this issue, and in general, nonconformities are not going to be created, but I'm aware of at least one property that has a PD with existing development that would become nonconforming by application of the bedroom multiplier. And so I would ask that you remove that from application of the bedroom multiplier provision. And I'd also ask that you retain gas stations as a allowed use by right in the MU1 district. And those are all of my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Next speaker.
Please, before you start my time, I am here as a citizen who wants to comment on these general ideas, but I'm also here as someone who has standing as a homeowner within 400 feet of a specific property that is being rezoned. I don't think it's fair that I have to do both of those in 3 minutes. In fact, I don't think it's fair that anybody gets property zoned upwards gratis, which is what is happening here in the midst of all of this other. I think I deserve, and my neighborhood deserves, a separate hearing on that rather than it being thrown in here. And I'm speaking, for those of you who don't know, I live on 5th Avenue. The property is immediately across from United Church of Christ.
Would you state your name for the record?
Sorry, Sam Harris, 1722.
Okay, Mr. Harris, just go for it. We'll start the clock, but
me?
just go for it. We'll see how you do.
All right.
Pawn that off on the mayor when he gets back.
Specifically, the property close to me, I can give you, I went down my neighborhood this past weekend, and I can give you from 13th Street to 22nd Street, 9 blocks, right? I can give you the exact breakdowns on rental, owner, and height of buildings on both sides. It's intended to be higher on the south side of 5th Avenue. It has always been lower and still is on the north side. All along through the last 30 years or so, the understanding was that 5th Avenue was the demarcator between the intensity of university up to there and the single-family nature that we feel we're connected to all the way to 16th Avenue and beyond. Now, what you've got is someone who supports generally what you're doing here, but this isn't about whose ox is being gored. This is a matter of this isn't happening in a way, and that particular piece of property is a great example. You know, you've got a maximum of 3 stories on the south side of 5th Avenue. And you know what that is? It's the First Lutheran Church A-frame sanctuary. That's the only thing everything else is 2-story. Along the north side of 5th Avenue, where my home is, the only thing that you could close come to 2 stories, only one, is the sanctuary for the United Methodist Church of Christ. Okay? Everything else is 1 story. There are a couple of homes on the north side. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't have anything but, 3 stories is fine for me during, especially on the end that goes towards 13th Street that includes this property across from United Church. But you've got something here that's going to go 5 stories, and going to have all kinds of things other than residential or, office type things, which is what staff wanted there. I really hope you'll take time and look at this one piece, not in opposition to all these other things, but give it its own time, as may some others who are specifically being zoned upwards. Because I know, I've been informed, I've been a part of this process for 30 years. Most of these zonings are already in place. The densities are there. This is just renaming them. This is a case where there's a serious change going to happen. And not so much in size or density, but in uses. And that's not good. It's not right. That area has, there should be some step down, as I know that's the idea. You go from whatever University Corners is now, I've forgotten how many stories we ended up with, but if you're going down to 1 or 2 story residences on the north side of Fifth Avenue, so between University and Fifth, if you're supposed to be stepping down, then 5 stories with, plasma centers and things like that is not appropriate on the block face to this other. And like I say, I'd love to give you all a lot of comments that I think, as someone who's been involved and, is informed, I can give you good comments on this general stuff. I think the parking exempt is wonderful because it does lead to other things. I mean, I'm up here wanting y'all for people to understand why this is going to help create affordable housing, on and on and on. There's a lot of stuff that, as a citizen, I agree with in this, but you're not giving us much time to address this global issues, as well as, for me, this specific issue. And I know there's several other folks who had specific property, and if they can show that that's a substantial difference in what their property is being affected by, because unfortunately it's true. A lot of folks don't realize most of these higher densities have been in place for 30 years. Because when I got on the plan board 30 years ago last year and spent 7 years on it, we did a lot of the upping of this because we said Gainesville's going to grow. How are we going to keep from having quarter-acre suburban lots go all the way to the west side of the county? This is what infill is about. We want this because whether we believe it or not, it could go south on us still. We could still end up with that kind of junk. So,
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, the first thing on my list is Northwest Fifth Avenue, so I think it'll get addressed.
Thank you.
And I'm probably not the only one. Okay, you're welcome. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Clay Coleman. I may be able to shed some light on the Fifth Avenue from the perspective of the person who wrote the email to the plan board to ask them to look at that parcel. So if it's okay, I hope that the commission will let me just kind of walk through the email that I sent because I had printed it out. So I'll do the reading here. It's still a little small font. Back in the beginning of 2014, when some of the early maps had come out, this area, which is across from the church, was given the same treatment as the rest of College Park. And then the T4 OR transect was created, and this block was changed to this, and I have property on this block and on the block to the south there too. So I wrote to the plan board and to the city staff to ask that they look at changing that to T4M1 to align it with, I think, the intent of the form-based code, which is to address the look of this block. So Fifth Avenue has a number of different uses, east and west, the church being right directly across. There's also Finley here. There's churches on the south side to the east. There's a gas station. There's an automotive shop. So this corridor here, I think that the reason this was done was because there was single-family zoning across the street. However, the church being there, I wanted to bring that to the plan board's attention because it's not your typical across the street single-family zoning. In fact, what I kind of found was that there are the idea of buffers being what you want to do to address compatibility between different types of property. There are 4 in this particular case. The church property being directly across the street, which spans the whole block. There's also Fifth Avenue itself, which has multiple uses, which I've described before. There's also, it's been mentioned in a slide much earlier in Mr. Person's presentation, but there's a height transition restriction on any property across from single family, which says that you can only go up 2.5 stories and where it's less than 150 feet away. So already anything within 150 feet of a single family zoning is going to have a height restriction. So it's not the case, I don't see any planning staff in the room right now, but I'm sure they'll correct me if I'm wrong. It's not the case that this would be able to be high 4, 5 stories. It can be 2.5 stories or 3 with a flat roof. And then there's another sort of wonky provision that is in the form-based code, which requires that buildings within 100 feet of single-family residential shall contain no more than 6 dwelling units and shall be in the form of single-family dwellings, attached dwellings, or small-scale multifamily if it was developed in that way. So I felt like the reason it was given this zoning was because of its existing 20 units an acre zoning. This is a somewhat unique case in this area because it was already redeveloped in the 60s and 70s at that density. So it was one of the earlier multifamily redevelopments that occurred here. And so if it was given its existing zoning, it has no reason to go anywhere as part of this form-based code effort. It is, in my mind, it is not. I think if you were redeveloping it today, you would do a very different type of development all along this block. So these sort of violate what now we look at as the form-based code principles. These don't face Fifth Avenue. They have surface parking lots directly on the street. They have dumpster enclosures visible. I have some examples. This was later in the email where I just kind of excused the...
Hey, Mr. Coleman, I'm going to let you just keep cranking a little bit because I think this is going to be a big item.
Sure.
But if anybody wants to match your minutes because I let you...
Sure. Okay. Well, just to...
please don't do that, is what I meant to say.
So here's part of that south-facing Fifth Avenue where you've got a visible dumpster, which you would no longer do now. You've got parking directly facing the street. Now with the form-based code, you'd have your parking to the side or rear of the building. You've got buildings with no sidewalks, no front facade. You've got more buildings with just parking in front, and these buildings don't address the street. So this would be something where you'd redevelop this. If it were given a higher density, you'd redevelop it with the form-based code principles. You'd have buildings addressing the street, aesthetic, pleasing facades that incorporate various materials, and I think would be a good idea for this block. I just emphasized here that because these properties have already been built at the maximum density allowed today, and they perform just fine because they are so close to the University of Florida, there's nothing that would incentivize these things to change. But if it were given the T4M1 designation, that it would allow the density to increase without affecting the height of the buildings along this street. Okay. And I think that given the fact that it's also Fifth Avenue multi-use corridor, it fit really well overall. I was proposing that it happen, and I think the plan board appreciated that logic. And we had some discussions also with planning staff who also considered removing it entirely from the form-based code rather than leaving it in a lower density category.
I need to ask you to start concluding, Chris.
And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would the next speaker please come forward?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Craig Brazier with CHW here tonight on behalf of Gate Petroleum, which is a property owner within one of the proposed transect zones. My client supports staff's alternative recommendation for gas stations within the transect zones, which allows up to 6 fueling positions by right and the opportunity to achieve more by special use permit. And I agree with what I believe I heard to be part of the conversation earlier, is that this type of flexibility makes redevelopment of existing uses such as this financially feasible and creates a win-win situation where the city gets the form that they're looking for with buildings pulled up to the street, pumps behind, and then also creates an opportunity for the property owner to meet their financial needs. So by supporting staff's alternative recommendation, I would hope that you do the same as it moves forward into ordinance preparation.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Yep, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Mary Helen Wheeler, and I live close to Mr. McFarland. We're neighbors over in the Lake Meta neighborhood that we've been exempt after we spoke with planning, and they realized the importance of our neighborhood to us and what we were trying to contain over there. We were exempt from this plan. But we are surrounded on 6th Street and 13th Street and 21st by, the possibility of very large buildings that would wall us in like a city. But my main concern is aesthetics. As an art person, for most of my life, or all of my life, I'm really concerned about aesthetics and a vision for the city and how the developments that are going to be coming about actually unify the city into what we think of as Gainesville. I see Gainesville disappearing in the shadows of these big buildings downtown, and some of them are just kind of ugly, to tell you the truth. And I'm not trying to insult any architects who might be in the area, but at the same time, I'm looking at one that's being developed right now on 13th Street. 13th is pretty lovely, and we're becoming alive again down there with Lucky's and with the rooms to go that's coming in. We're looking pretty good on 13th. Except that when we see this thing that's beginning to look like a motel that's being developed right between the Chinese restaurant and it's just ugly, guys. And I think that my concern comes from a distrust of the way buildings are being put out there, being thrown up there. I don't think that they're particularly well built. This one particularly isn't. Remember in the plans, we came to the city and we asked for our conservation zone to be protected. We gave up one. I voted against my neighbors so that developer could have more space to develop. And what ended up, we lost ours as well. It's gone. It's been totally gone. And the intensity now, the number of units in there has made it's just gosh awful. And that's someone who's supposed to care about our community. When we have people coming in from outside the community trying to develop, the bottom line is their bottom line and not so much the care and feeding of Gainesville. And by that, we have water issues here too in Florida. We have to consider these things. But the aesthetics, when you drive around Gainesville, there are pockets of quite amazingly beautiful things that are being developed. The Depot Avenue, I'm enjoying what's happening over there. But around other places, downtown, the Continuum, some of these places out by Shands, they offend me aesthetically, and they're offensive to me as a citizen. I don't enjoy going downtown. There's nothing pretty to look at down there except maybe still the Hippodrome and the town center that's growing around that where I can access it. But we've got these buildings that are coming up now in the downtown area. There's no groceries there. People are still having to drive out to get what they need. I mean, it's not the downtown center we're looking for yet. It could get there. But I'm also concerned because I'm not hearing anything said about, we're talking about going north on 13th, but what about heading towards Hawthorne and heading towards, we're worried about developing the east side of town, but these plans don't include anything that heads towards Waldo or Hawthorne. And so I don't understand the vision for the city. I'm not sure there is one, but I would like to see traffic considered in all of this, traffic studies, because I live over there close to that new development over there, and it's hard to get out in the street. I live across from Gainesville High School. So there's a lot of traffic, and that doesn't mean, that means I'm through. Yeah. I beg your pardon. Thank you.
We're pretty generous with the light, and so we do allow people to run over. We just ask, because we still have a lot of work to do tonight, that you try to keep it within that 3-minute boundary.
Good evening. I'm Gail Beatty. I am unique. I think there are a few others of us here because I was born and raised in Gainesville in what is now known as the College Park neighborhood. I guess you could almost say that my grandfather was one of the first developers back in the 30s and 40s because he owned a good bit of the land there. It's still on the plat books, the J.F. Hill subdivision. I grew up in the 50s and 60s. It was a different time, nice little single-family neighborhood. I've seen a lot of changes, as you all can well imagine. And I'd love to talk to each of you sometime. This isn't the time or place, but let you know what it was like and the changes I've seen and my opinions on some other things about the city. But that's not for tonight. Before I go any further, I am in favor, for the most part, I'm not going to speak to the other little pockets all around town, but I'm in favor of what the Plan Board has recommended for the College Park area. I do not live there. I live in Alachua County, but I own my grandparents' house that's 3 blocks north of Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. I found out several years ago that in the 90s, I believe, there was, and I guess that was maybe the time this special area plan came about, that there was an overlay placed on our house, and it restricts what can be done, and it takes precedence over other zoning. And I'm delighted to hear that with this new zoning, that will be lifted, because it's not relevant anymore, if it was ever. Our house on the south are apartments, on the east are apartments, on the west and the north are rental they're single-family homes, but they're rentals. The vast majority of even single-family homes in this area are rentals by college students. I'm in favor of the change. I want to tell you I've been very pleasantly surprised in dealing with the Plan Board. I think I've talked to everybody except Steve maybe, and from the secretary right on down. They're always very considerate and respectful and helpful. And I think you need to know that about your staff. I do think the one thing constant in all of our lives is change. We might as well get used to it, try to work out the best plan, but I am in favor of what they're saying for the College Park area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would the next speaker please come up?
Hi, my name is Nancy Goslin, and we used to own a home on University Avenue until we had a disastrous fire. Now we own a large, ugly, vacant lot across from the UF O'Connell Center on the corner of University Avenue and 21st Terrace. Our property was originally one of the in the T4R zoning classification changes, and it was removed from this plan in the recommended areas of change, but having only single-family homes along University Avenue just isn't logical or realistic. Nobody would really want to build a large home to raise their family along the busy University Avenue. The present zoning only allows for one single-family house along University Avenue properties, although there are we're fairly close to the Hillel Center, the Alumni Hall, a triplex, as well as a 6-apartment unit building about a block away from us. The properties along University Avenue west of College Park should be included in this T4R classification. It's perfect for this area by UF because it is near those other the Hillel Center and so forth. It's Currently, we have this ugly vacant lot. It's the neighborhood trash can. It's also a shortcut across University Avenue to 21st Terrace so that people can beat the light. Please give us the T4R zoning back so that we can begin to build some homes on our lot in low density. We don't want to sell our vacant lot to a developer. We've been approached and offered by several developers to purchase our lot. And when I asked them what they wanted to do, we're going to build 24 3- and 4-bedroom apartments. And I said, no, not on my lot, you're not. And so we refused to sell to them. Don't want that to happen. We don't want a stadium club. We don't want apartments. We want just small 2-bedroom home or a couple duplexes. The way around it, we've been advised, is to apply for a PUD. A PUD only encourages spot zoning, and instead of having our homes reflecting what's already in the area with the duplexes and the other apartments a block or two away. I'm okay with not changing all of the properties along the many side streets west of College Park, but please consider at least putting the University Avenue properties into the proposed zoning changes. It would certainly improve the appearances along University Avenue by the stadium, the O-Dome, and the President's Home by allowing us to build new, aesthetically pleasing small homes under the T4R zoning, low density.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Mike Loosely. Here's a little map of the area she's actually speaking about. This is their lot that where the house burned down. Currently, there's this is the area that was taken off the proposed zoning. This was a T4R, which I thought was a nice step down from the T4MU. My family's home is right here. We have a vacant lot right behind where we've debated whether or not we wanted to build a house, which would only be a single-family house, which isn't practical for our situation, being right on University Avenue, across from the president's house and, the busy street. So I, too, would ask that we somehow figure out a way where we could at least have the properties on University Avenue changed to T4R, which is a step above the single family. I understand the big concern was from the neighborhood over here, worried about all this being redeveloped into fourplexes and 3-story tall buildings. I can understand maybe not going that far back, but at least something up closer to University Avenue where it's not single family. We got Hillel right here, we got multiple units over here, and then vacant lots in the red. So I would just ask that you consider maybe having this area rezoned to T4R. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the public who wish to speak, please come forward.
Can I get my extra 1 minute?
Really, we're going one round apiece. Yes, sir. Please come up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is My name is Billy Belts. I'm in property in College Park and University Heights. I've been in the rental property management business for 23 years. I totally support the zoning. It's a step in the right direction. I want to thank staff in particular. They've spent hundreds of hours on this. I've been going to meetings for over a year, and I know the plan board has spent hundreds of hours on this. And it is made up of a diverse group. So I really would hope you wouldn't discount their contributions to this. I know Commissioner Wells has a very good understanding of the zoning and the parking, and I would hope that y'all listen to his comments. He's right on track. And that's it. The density, the T4M1 was to address a particular concern of stepping down on the residential component, but when staff came back, they also reduced all the densities on all the charts, all the way down and the height. And that's why the plan board was addressing specific concerns for each zoning not just one particular reduction across the board. So take that in consideration as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak who haven't spoken?
Hi, my name's Rick Goslin. My wife just spoke about this, and I'd like to at least hit it just one more time. Our property, like she said, we had a house burned down. One of the biggest properties on the block. It's 140 by 90. Most of the rest of the properties in through here are 70 by 90, half of what mine is. Minimum zoning right now is 75 by 90, so I can't even split my property, even though the majority of them around there are smaller. Over on the on 21st, a lot of those properties are 60 by 90, and there's also a lot of duplexes. It's not single family there. There's 3 owner occupied properties on our neighborhood. It's not single family. And that's all we're asking to do is get put back into the T4R as it was originally planned, and it got pulled out. Thank you.
Okay, any other members of the public, please come up. Let's hear from you.
Good evening. My name is Andy Hogshead. I'm going to speak tonight as a resident of Northwest 2nd Avenue. I've lived there for about 4 years, and I love living downtown. It's really great. I am able to walk everywhere. I can walk downtown. I can walk back to the university if I need to. Often walk in the duck pond just because it's a nice thing to do in the evening. I'm here to support the form-based code, and there's been an awful lot of details tonight that I don't understand, all the neighborhoods and the densities and the parking requirements and stuff like that. But I will say that I know that I like living downtown. I save my mileage is probably on my car is down about 80% for in-town driving. Save a lot of money, and that's kind of the point. I know a lot of people like me would move downtown if you gave them an opportunity and choices. I don't want to impact people's neighborhoods unfairly, but I also know that there's an awful lot of abandoned and dilapidated housing that's not on the tax rolls. And if we could repurpose that, a streamlined process to do it would surely help. There's a reason that hasn't been redeveloped yet. And so if we could do something to make it easier to do that, you'll get some of that money, or you'll get some of those properties going, and that will generate tax revenue. Tax revenue is going to help us. One of the other things I like about living downtown is my utility bills are much less than they used to be. And in Gainesville, where GRU has to have the rates that it does, if we could get more property taxes from more properties working hard, we would have a much better case to try to cut other things without cutting services. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other members of the public wish to speak who haven't spoken? Okay, well, we thank you for the public comment, and we will turn back to the commission and Commissioner Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I also know, before you get started, we asked our staff to sort of simplify things, but we'll start with Commissioner Chase.
All right. So the way I see this right now for me is I'm listening to all the different people tonight, and each of you is that we're close. So it's kind of, we're doing a 10,000 piece Ravensburger or whatever it's called puzzle. We're down to like the last 50 blue pieces that are the sky that we all hate. So if we take our time, we'll get the puzzle done. I'm not sure after 4 hours tonight and the confusion earlier that it will happen tonight, but if it does, fine. This did start shortly after I took office. So I believe it was May of 11 is when I think it was the meeting before my first meeting, we started talking about a consultant and all. So we've come a long way. You know, what I can't help thinking of is how did we get here? what was broken. What we didn't talk about tonight was all of the things that have been fixed and what wasn't broken. There's been all kinds of good points made on both sides of this. The T4R zoning on University Avenue, I mean, that makes sense to me, and that one spot, not that one spot, but along the avenue on the north side. So I think that's a very good point. I wasn't as concerned on Fifth Avenue and 17th about the height, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have my name stamped on something that allows a brew pub to go in there in the middle of that neighborhood. So it's more the uses that concerns me greatly. But let me just share a couple stories that people may or may not know of again, what I'm thinking about when I hear this. There's a lot of stuff going on finally that's good, and it's with the current code and the current zoning. And it's this, at this point in my life, I guess I've been through 2 cycles of a recession that I sort of paid attention to and learned from. But here's what I know. I know that 13th Street corridor is getting revitalized. I know that, I think it's public record, so if it's not, here we go. But McDonald's is moving out of their store at the corner of 13th and University. 13th and University at the corner there by the Holiday Inn. And apparently they're going to be moving out. There's a big parking lot in all that area. And from what I understand, if things come to fruition, there will be a new small concept Publix grocery store there. McDonald's is moving to that blue and orange sports bar, apparently, just 2 blocks to the east on University. That's going to be interesting. You've got University Corners, now the Standard that's being built. You've got a property, catty corner across the street that I think is getting built. You've got the owners of the Standard buying up blocks to the north that are being built. So I'm having a harder and harder time being convinced that the zoning and the land, all this stuff has been stifling growth. I think, quite frankly, the pro formas of the people that are trying to do projects are probably what's improving, because occupancy goes from theoretical to actual, and that always helps. So I'm still not convinced of what exactly the problem was that we're fixing. And here's why I really struggle with this, is that Ms. Bauer talked about commercial uses 5 blocks into their neighborhood that I'm not sure I can see happening. And Mr. Fleming talks about being able to do a Savignon Park. I kind of want both of those to happen. I'm not sure I want, mixed use and commercial uses in the middle of some of these neighborhoods. And by the same token, I'd like that project that Mr. Fleming talked about, and how did he get that done currently with how bad things were? Maybe that's where we get into PUDs and PDs and special areas and stuff. So. And then someone talked earlier about, we're going to keep gobbling up open spaces. And I've been only here 15 years, but I think that I live in the very last gobbled up open space of development up in the very northwest part of town. The people that live on the lake, I empathize tremendously with that. I empathize tremendously with the people that live at Jefferson and 2nd and what's going to happen. I heard one of my colleagues, I think, make a point earlier that I don't think exactly the point was made, but it was this concept of affordable housing was something to the effect, by encouraging these newer properties will so dramatically decrease the value of other properties that therefore becomes affordable housing. And maybe that's how it works. I grew up in a town that reminds me of Gainesville. It's a town that I think has continued to carefully grow. It's a little town up in Georgia called Savannah. And I find myself feeling like I'm at a point where I do have a big decision, and I hope tonight I don't have to make it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Chase. Commissioner Henson-Rawls.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Again, I want to remind my colleagues that while I campaigned the first time, I heard numerous complaints about building and regulation issues. And then after I got elected, one of my first meetings was with Little John, who was trying to ease some of that through form-based code. This is the way it was described to me. So I think that's what happened. And simultaneously, we started changing staff, and perhaps the culture is changing within the department. I don't know. I'm just speculating like you are. However, I do believe form-based code is a good thing for certain areas. It may not be good for all areas. And I am appreciative that staff has gone out into the community and vetted this at a great deal of laborious and and I'm sure labors of love while you got this vetted. My question is, how do we get these historic commercial zoning properties opted out of this? The Fletcher's Bar, Duncan Brothers Funeral Home, and Safety Cab. These are areas within that historic Fifth Avenue district that I keep talking about. Many are gone. These are the only ones that are left from decades of a very prosperous business area. These are a few of the businesses that are still there. And sounds like what are we doing to them? Pushing them out? Or changing their zoning so they can't? I'm sorry?
I'm just agreeing. Maybe staff could clarify.
Yeah, you need to tell me what's going on.
Well, if I could add a question to that, complimentary of yours, which is, because I heard a few other people, because what has been conveyed to me by staff is that they have been very outgoing, met with many groups, and pretty much what I heard is that if someone asked to opt out or to be opted out, we pretty much granted it. I mean, that's why we're down to 5% of the land, is because initially they would start doing their presentation, all these neighborhoods, and neighborhoods would say, you know, we really don't want to switch to this, and we'd say, okay, you're out, and we'd sort of opt them out or exempt them. So my question is, why were these three properties not exempted out? Were they approached? Did they learn about it too late in the game? And then there were some others. I don't have them here, but, you know, we had a lot of speakers, and I'm pretty confident there was about 2 or 3 others who mentioned their property or something that they would like to be considered exempted or out.
Was that Trademark Metals on Waldo Road?
I think that was one of them. But I guess my question, similar to hers, is why weren't they exempted, if that's the right word, and is it too late? Can they still be sort of secured? Or is it just because they fall within this broader territory that we feel we have to rezone?
Mr. Mayor, they fall in a couple of different categories. A lot of these that we heard about tonight, we hadn't heard about before. They hadn't actually approached us about that. The metal company over off of Waldo Road, I did talk to them earlier today. Well, their use has been a non-conforming use since the 1990s. So when they got their special permit was back in like 1992. Their zoning changed to mixed use, which does not allow their use. So we didn't change anything about their use in this process. How they will continue as a legal non-conforming use. They can continue to operate. And the same goes for like Fletcher's, Duncan, and any of those uses that have existed in those areas for all these time, and they don't have the proper zoning for their use today.
But my understanding, though, is if you're operating as a legal non-conforming use, that's all fine and well until you need to make some kind of change to your property, and then suddenly you're now non-conforming.
We've made some adjustments to our land development code to allow some of those businesses to do some expansions and some improvements more so than they can do under our current code today. To change their zoning, for instance, the metal company, we'll have to change it to industrial in the middle of the Duval sort of neighborhood there.
No.
It's an outdoor type of a use in order to make it a legal use there.
Trademark Metals in Waldo Road and what?
It's right there off of 8th Avenue. You have to go, it's sort of, you know where the little Asian restaurant is on 8th Avenue?
Oh, behind them.
It's behind there.
Well, that is industrial.
it's not zoned industrial.
I mean, what did you say? You'd have to make it industrial?
For it to be a full-fledged use with all this.
And why can't we make it industrial?
Well, you can change it to make
Absolutely, we can.
Yes.
So let me ask you another question. It's they have good business back there. From what I heard from the former mayor, Aaron Green, he's getting ready to do his estate planning. If he wanted to sell this property and it's not zoned correctly, he would have a hard time. Is that what I heard him say?
I didn't hear him.
I heard that.
I was out there.
I heard that. Duncan Brothers Funeral Home is in my family. I don't want them to have any problem. And there's only one Duncan left.
Yes.
And so we don't need them to have any problem with their zoning. North Safety Cab. My father used to drive that cab. You see, it cuts deep. Until he said all that, I didn't know. Now, my question is, again, how do they keep their zoning the way they need to keep it?
All I'm saying is their current zoning, if we could take them out, it doesn't give them the zoning that allows their use that they have there today.
Oh.
Because these are old historical things. This zoning changed for these neighborhoods prior to me coming here. You know, this was here in 1982 when they changed the code before we received.
Well, isn't this a good opportunity to get them zoned correctly?
Well, that's a thing that the commission will have to go through along with the city attorney.
So what I need to do, make a motion that we zone these businesses correctly? Is that what I need to do, Mr. Mayor?
If I may,
I think we would have a discussion over what the word correctly means.
I know that's right.
You mean, well, I think what you're saying is to allow them to legally operate in perpetuity without fear that they're going to get told they have to go out of business.
That's what I want to do right there.
So to use a crude term, we use the words like grandfathering in. You know, and understand under saying they can be a legally non-conforming, that's a sort of grandfathering clause.
Yes.
Except if they want to change something about their business, then they're going to have to change everything.
Well, and actually, that's a great question, Mr. Mayor, because that's actually an issue that we dealt with early on in the process, and maybe we didn't explain it at this meeting, but previously, I believe at the workshop, we had proposed, and it is manifest in the proposal, sections in there to allow for an increase in sort of nonconformities higher than what it is today. So, for instance, right now, if you're a nonconforming use, you have very limited sort of abilities to make changes. I think Andrew had mentioned earlier, and it may have been earlier in the meeting today, I'm usually in bed by now, so I'm starting to shut off. But those sorts of changes really do with sort of aesthetic things. The proposal allows for more substantive changes. So that's in the proposed code. But again, those uses that you're talking about, as I understand it from Ralph, is that whether they're rezoned under the proposal or not, they would still be a non-conforming use. Now, if you wanted to put them in the proper zoning, I think that that would require us to analyze what that zone district would be and what those impacts would be on the rest of the neighborhood, and we have not done that. But what we did do is identify that for those areas that are currently non-conforming, there's a provision in there to increase it from what they would have the ability to do today and still retain their grandfathering status, as the mayor indicated, but expand it.
So is that something you could look at then, start to sort of tease out?
Again, any of those that we hadn't heard about that we want to identify, that we can certainly go back and take a look at those and indicate, well, this is what it would take, and this is the policy consideration to have.
Like
we can absolutely do that.
To have some site visits or something.
We'll gladly do anything.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Hilliard.
Just one point. I want to make sure that with those legal non-conforming uses, we have them change hands, being sold every day, and they get to retain that use that they have on the property. So if Mr. Duncan sold to somebody, they can come in and they can continue to operate that funeral home. Or Tri-Metals, it was just sold. They can continue to operate in there. Nothing is going to put them out.
The example I hear about that's cause of concern is you have a non-conforming use, and maybe this is just sort of urban legend, but you want to make an improvement. You want to improve the facade and put a new sign out, and that requires, that sort of trips a certain level, and it's like, oh, now by the way, you're non-conforming. You're not even supposed to be operating like this in this area. So I understand someone can change ownership, but can they make changes to improve that use, not just a property, but improve that use and stay in business?
Yes.
That's what we're proposing. Under today's requirements, you're right. The urban legend that you just sort of conveyed, the code is very restrictive in terms of what you can and cannot do. Under the proposal, we've identified a mechanism by which you could increase that and actually make some investment.
Okay.
You
still have the floor.
So someone complained about special use permits and bonuses. Can you help me understand what that complaint was?
Could you maybe offer a little bit more?
Back in the height when we were discussing, or was it
No,
one of the slides?
This person, it was a she, and she said...
She met Jane Holton from the Kirkwood neighborhood, and it was a general concern about that.
Something about special use permits and bonuses should be eliminated, according to her.
And again, I guess if we're talking in generalities, special use permits are just that. I mean, it's a special privilege. It's another process. It's not a by right application. Most zoning districts have provisions that allow for special use permits.
Who decides if they can?
The plan board. It's a public hearing before the plan board, and the plan board makes a recommendation.
Well, that gives us some flexibility.
Right, and as a part of the special use permit process, we've also added or proposed in the code some additional standards other than what we have today. So they're a little more usable for an applicant, for a design professional, and for staff to sort of understand what those components are for that use permit.
So the 4 stories near or within a historic district, somebody brought that up as a problem. Do we have a descending height plan toward a historic district?
We are proposing a height compatibility standard, which today currently doesn't exist as it would relate to single family zoning and historic districts. And we have a graphic, and maybe we could. That's a different one. We have a graphic that kind of illustrates what that.
Was it in the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
The one with the arrow showing.
Yes.
Is that 4 stories the lowest height?
Well, the proposed height transition is 2.5 to 3 stories, depending if it's a pitched roof or a flat roof, for within 100 feet as measured from the property line across the way. And so this is.
That's the one.
So that's what that would look like. Now, the exception to that, as Andrew had indicated in his presentation, is in which area?
University Heights.
The University Heights area, which already currently has a sort of height transition component, which is 4 stories. So that would maintain. But this would go. This is a standard that we don't currently have in place adjacent to single family and historic districts. And the plan board and the community provided great input on this item. We probably spent your plan board and staff and the neighbors spent countless hours coming up with what looks like a pretty simple drawing there. But there was a lot of work that went into that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Chase.
Sir, I don't want to get bogged down in individual questions unless this is my last shot. So I maybe would see what people are thinking in terms of what we're going to do. Because, I have questions on the use on Northwest 5th. I have questions on some of the uses. I mean, Mr. Coffey had a couple other conforming use issues. We've got the gas station. We got there's minutia type details, but if we're punting or calling time out, I'm good with that. But just what do we?
I would just say that I'm certainly going to defer to my colleagues on this. I don't feel we need to rush into a decision or a vote at this point tonight, because I think we're still asking questions, and I think they're very important questions. I think we're trying to get some certainty on some things that we didn't get during the staff presentation. I'm looking at the clock. It's 10:30. We try to adjourn our normal meetings by 11, and we still have another item on the agenda. I'm willing to spend another 30 minutes on this item to provide direction to staff to make sure that they're going to get the things we want back. I'm also not opposed. I like something Sam said, even though I was out of the room, about maybe singling, maybe sort of, instead of trying to get everything done at once, we look at one area and we just have a meeting about that and decide, do we want to come, where do we want to do with this area and that area? I don't think we have to. I mean, I think I'm with you, Commissioner Swell. We want a simplified thing known as form-based codes. What we may not want is all of the elements in that. And I think the best way to find our comfort level is to separate out these parts and to pick them up one at a time. So with that, in that sense, I don't really want to just vote yes on all of it or even vote no on all of it. I just want to say, let's pause, let's form some questions to provide direction to staff, and then let's bring this back piecemeal in terms of which areas of our community we want to rezone to some of these areas, to these some of these densities and uses. But with that, I'll let y'all chew on that for a bit, and I'll take some more comment. Commissioner Poe?
Yeah, my only comment, Mr. Mayor, is that it is late. We've given staff a lot to think about. We've provided a lot of input. I would prefer to just stop right here, and they've already gotten their direction for the individual items that we have outstanding questions on. I think some have been added to that. I think we've gotten certainly the public input that we need. I think some things have been brought to our attention that we didn't know about or the staff didn't know about before. And I think some things have been clarified as well. And I think, it'd be beneficial for me to be able to sit with staff and have a conversation about what the possibilities are. One thing I am concerned about that I've heard is some suggestions that we engage in some spot zoning. And I don't want to do that. And I think that's what we're trying to get away from in a lot of areas here. So, if staff could have a discussion with my colleagues about, what the advantages and disadvantages of spot zoning changes are, that would be helpful. But, Mr. Mayor, we've all been in some of these marathon meetings where we're asked to make incredibly consequential decisions, and we're not at our highest point of mental acuity. So, I would be very happy to just say, okay, we've filled the tank up tonight. Staff has plenty to discuss with us between now and the next time we discuss this, and then at that point decide how we want to proceed as far as authorizing the attorney to draft an ordinance, if you want to break it up into smaller pieces, any of those things.
Very good. Well, we would just continue this item. We don't need a motion necessarily, but and let's take some more comment before we settle on something. Commissioner, first let's hear from the manager, and then Commissioner Carter. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, there are a number of issues, and we've heard, I would say, some themes as from the public tonight. Northwest Fifth Avenue was one of those themes. The question of the cab company, Fletcher's et al., is one that we need to, look at what is the current zone, what's the impact of any additional zones, and maybe be a little clearer on what is the new land development code if you were to approve it. What would it allow, which you've heard from Mr. Dush that it actually allows a good deal more than the current code. We need to be specific on that. We would suggest to you that you could continue this item, although you would need to do a date certain, since this was not only advertised but with a mailing to 7,000 property owners or so. So property owners would need to know when it's continued to, and I don't know if Devanya could help on dates. I know we have to. But you would need to continue to a date certain.
Commissioner Poe.
Go ahead. Yes, I'll move that we continue this to a date certain of April 19th. I believe that's our second meeting in April. 16th, April 16th. And then if we're not ready by then, we can continue it to some other special meeting date, but at least that's a placeholder. And that gives us a month to.
April
And-
16th gives us 2 weeks.
April 16th, yeah, or yeah, 2.5 weeks. Sorry.
2.5 weeks.
And if we're not ready, then we can just continue. But at least that gives us a
date, sir.
Do we want to break it down?
I'm not suggesting anything except we put it on the agenda, and if we all get our questions answered and we're
Notice
ready
we
to
need
move
to
forward.
put it somewhere. We
Yeah.
can't just continue it into the Ethernet. We just need to have a date, and then we can continue it, and then we might end up breaking it apart, Commissioner. We'll talk about that. Okay.
I don't know what spot zoning means, but does it mean what I'm just talking about?
They can go over that with you, staff.
No, you're the one brought it up.
And I asked for them to discuss it with you because it's a professional term that I think is important for all of us to understand before we go forward with these decisions, because there's really good policy reasons not to engage in spot zoning. But because they're the paid professionals, we've talked about pay scale, that's above my pay grade. You know, that's far above my pay grade.
I'd be happy to have
Let's
that
take up the motion. Commissioner Pose made a motion to continue to April 16th, with the understanding we may continue it beyond that as we sort. Okay, so motion is second. Any discussion just to the motion, and then I'll come back for comments.
Gotcha.
All right, seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Carter.
Okay, Commissioner Poe brought up an excellent point that we don't make very good decisions after 10:30. The thought of starting to talk about GRU governance at 10:30 horrifies me.
Let's finish this item.
Okay,
We're not yet done.
I just don't even want to.
All right. Before we go there, any commissioners, any related comments to this issue that we've started on with the Land Development Code? Commissioner Wells?
I'm trying to interpret what I think the staff are trying to interpret, and what I'm hearing, and maybe I'm wrong, but let me put it out there, is that there's broad support for this Land Development Code update, not specific to any particular property at the moment, but just the idea of having this seems to be generating broad support. There are some very specific concerns that you're kind of suggesting that we may at some point decide to try to tackle individually, but that broadly there seems to be support for that, with the possible exception of some of these key points that where the plan board and staff came up with essentially different recommendations. That's what I'm hearing. Does that seem a fair assessment of what I'm hearing from you all?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
All the points where there were questions or
Yeah, there's some
consensus.
specific areas which I totally understand. We may come to a different conclusion, and at the end of the day, you have to have a vote on. But I just, I think making sure that staff understand that, what we're doing is trying to tweak this to make it more palatable, and that's well worth doing. If it's something different than that, I think we want to just make sure that's clear up there. At the end of the day, some of us may want to vote against this in toto. I guess but that's not what I'm hearing is the primary motive right now.
I can speak for myself, and that is I want a lot of what staff has put together, but I don't want all of it. And so I want to spend as much time as is necessary to sort of tease all that out, so that we all are comfortable in how we vote. We may still end up with a divided vote, but at least we'll understand it better, And that's what I'm after. I'm absolutely committed to reforming our land development code because it really needs it, but not with all the bells and whistles that we've got on first draft. Okay. All the comments concluded about this item. Anything else? I'm sorry, Commissioner Chase.
Mine's on the next item.
Yeah, I just real quick review for staff. So we never got to see what you had prepared, but thank you for. If you want to just wave it real quick, we can. That's awesome. All right.
It's great.
Spelled something.
All right. So if we can maybe get a copy of that, and I'm sure it'll answer what we were looking for, but I was a little confused on what currently is available, what this plan board recommended, what staff recommended. If there's a simple way to look, because what's interesting is what's currently and what's plan board is similar in sometimes height-wise. That'd be interesting, because what we failed to mention is that this commission just approved a 12-story hotel to be built 2.5, 3 blocks from here. I think, right? 12 stories? Yeah. So, I mean, that was by right already, for instance. So if you could make sure and just do that. We're going to have to come to some idea of how the gas station thing was going to fit, where exactly it fits. I mean, it seemed like we had some question on where some of these things will fit, some of these tweaks. Gas station, we talked about non-conforming uses. There's a few people with specific ones that maybe they have time now. I'd like to hear about this T4R along University, not just that. I think I know what spot zoning might be, and I think I tend to agree, but that T4R area along University, not just that one lot. It would have to be more than that. And then clearly, for me, I would have needed an understanding on the land use on the Northwest 5th piece. And we kind of had a discussion on Northwest 5th from the west side, but all the way across to Mr. Pierce brought up a map with a square and that. So if it's consistent all the way across, then great. Those are the ones that I had and I took notes on. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. You got that, Steve? Some of the questions? And I would just ask Mr. Manager, please follow up with Mr. Dush with each of us between now and, say, next week, and try and make sure you get all of our questions and everything. Even if we can't make the April 16th target date, I think we just need to do a better way of getting this thing presented and understood. Okay? All right, we are concluding this item. Madam Clerk, if you'll read the next item into the record. Okay. That was it? He read it in. And it is item 140384. Very good. All right, Commissioner Poe, you're up.
Thank you. I want to allay any fears by any of my colleagues about what the suggestion was about placing this item on the agenda. I or Ms. Shalley or Commissioner Wells or anybody involved have no intention of any action being taken tonight short of asking us to consider this on Thursday's agenda. Allow Commissioner Wells and I to present the outcome of the meeting that we had and the suggestions that we had, which in essence you guys already know because they were the points of common consensus that came out of the workshop that we had. And to allow, I know that Commissioner Chase wanted the Lakeland model kind of brought up side by side, and then you also sent us the Denton and the Fayetteville models for us to look at today, which I'd be honest with my colleagues that the proposal that Commissioner Wells and I came out with was very similar to the Denton model. It actually has a little more oomph and teeth than the Denton model does, but that's all we're doing. And it's a timeline thing, and Ms. Shalley can talk to you about it if you want, but if we want to show our constituency in Tallahassee, which we've certainly heard from Representative Perry and Senator Bradley, that if we're doing something and if we're moving forward, that they'll take notice of that, but the session's quickly coming to an end. And so if it comes to Thursday and we have the discussion and nobody likes anything that's being proposed, then fine. We say that we don't want to move forward with this. But there was a timing thing, and so the reason we put it on tonight is to present that to all you guys, and then
Give us
hope
a preview for Thursday.
And then just a heads up, basically to authorize us to deal with it Thursday, when it's not 11:15 at night.
So we can make a motion right now just to do that.
Yeah, I think that's all we're.
I don't think we need do we need
Well,
a motion
have we done the mod yet?
Thursday?
No, you put it under his name under commission comments, right?
So you all would just continue it till
this item
Thursday?
to Thursday.
Okay. So I move we continue this item until our meeting on Thursday.
Second.
Motion and a second to continue this item till Thursday. You have some comments about this, Commissioner Chase?
And I appreciate it. And I just let Commissioner Poe Wells know that I listened to the meeting, and so I got a lot out of it. And actually, neither of you wanted to do this tonight. It was suggested by a charter officer. So that was, but whatever, it is what it is. But I'm not trying to make huff about that. But I was glad to hear that sort of. But it did seem to be urgency-based timing based on what can be presented. And what I heard Commissioner Poe say that I agree with is that this is independent of the bill and part of our process. And so so after we vote on this, I'm going to bring something else up about the bill briefly. But I appreciate this, and if it's, again, it's a discussion item, and that's completely fine.
Okay, Commissioner Chase is concluded. Commissioner Henson-Rawls. We're not taking public comment right now, Mr. Conish.
So I'm reading this definition of spot zoning, and it says here, special zoning treatment may have a legitimate use, such as when a community wishes to have more local control of its land use. This may occur in a rural county, which has no zoning at all, or a village hamlet may wish to maintain its historical appeal without adding another layer of local government and taxes by creating a municipality. I think they want to continue their historic appeal. And so there may be a legitimate use for spot zoning.
And I just want to say I'm with her. There you go. Okay, Commissioner Henson-Rawls is concluded. Commissioner Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to, Commissioner Poe, I think, summarized pretty much where I am as well, and I appreciate Commissioner Chase, you're really focusing on this. I think in addition to the things that were said, I would add a couple. One is that I'm strongly of the belief that this, what we're coming up with, had we had it in place, would have been tremendously beneficial, certainly for all the rest of the time that I had been on the commission. I suspect Commissioner Poe would say something similar, but I can't, I don't want to impose that. But I think each of you, it would have been valuable to have had this more empowered advisory body than we had. Number two, whatever one's view is on whether a governance change should take place or not, whether it should reflect the Perry bill or not, I'm strongly of the view that our taking action in the form or some nature of the form that's being proposed would be good for this city and for this utility. And if nothing else, because it removes one small bit of uncertainty that is going to be present whether the bill passes or not, whether a vote happens in the spring or not, that we'll be otherwise forced to, in some respects, sit back and wait for. I would like us to, as a community, build consensus around a strong advisory role, whatever the next step we conclude should be. And so, that's why I was in favor when it was suggested that we get this onto your table so you know about what we had discussed as soon as possible. I do feel like, we promised we would do that at the end of our workshop. And, it has been almost a month since that had happened. So I think I felt it was responsible to get this on the table for you all to be able to consider as soon as possible. And I want to thank Ms. Bennett as well as Ms. Shalley for their help in consolidating our thoughts into the document, which I hope is now available. If it's not, please make sure that that is available to everybody and to the public for the Thursday discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wells. Seeing no other lights, we'll take public comment on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This morning, a crony of Commissioner Well and Poe had a hate piece in the paper.
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
It was a hate piece. The word hate was used 5 times, and it was also full of misinformation. I went to Tallahassee, and I saw this same cabal, which includes the city attorney, misrepresent to legislators what's in Perry's bill when they're sitting on detailed staff analysis that explains what's in Perry's bill. So you guys could put your fingers in your ears, pretend Perry's bill doesn't exist, but there's a lot of people working on it, making it better. It was a draft bill full of imperfections, but it is evolving, and there's a tremendous amount of input going into it. And the score is much like the last UF-FSU football game. It's 20-3 in favor of the bill after 2 subcommittee votes. 20-3 is the current tally of legislators that have opined on this bill. 20-3. And when Boucher writes these kind of pieces and then goes up to Tallahassee with Brinkman and Nancy Darren and the other crew, you're not well received up there. It's a Republican legislature. I'm amazed at how sophisticated they are. I'm amazed at how smart their staff is. And to have our city attorney misrepresenting the bill makes her look foolish, just like in the delegation hearing when she irritated Bradley with this nonsense. They know what's in the bill, and you cannot fool them. You have the city lobbyists soaking us for $300 an hour, threatening to sue the Florida legislature so that we don't have a choice. The arrogance, the belligerence, the incompetence is noticed by everybody. And all these last-minute stunts that you could have done years ago to set up a new advisory body like the last ones you've ignored for decades shows who you are, and what you stand for. And I encourage you to continue on with this nonsense while a local leader puts it all on the line to take this mismanaged utility away from you. You will be fired. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the public who wish to speak, please come forward. As he walks away.
Nancy Darren. I just want to thank Mr. Poe and Mr. Wells for putting together the meeting last week. It was something to make us all proud. And the thoughtfulness about approaching this very important issue and doing it with great care, I think, is very commendable. And I'm very excited about the potential of what's coming together out of this. So thank you so much, and Ms. Shelley and Ms. Warren to be there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Turning back to Commissioner Poe, or Commissioner Chase.
We can vote on this item.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes to continue this item. Commissioner Chase.
Thank you. So I had Rebecca and or Devanya can get anyone that wanted a copy of the tape of their meeting, because it was valuable, and it was 2 hours, and there's a few people that you can skip through about 20 minutes of.
Like me, Commissioner Wells.
Yes, the two commissioners. But I will tell you that what has bothered me, and it's so hard to do this with anyway. But just I think Representative Perry, I understand. We all understand, quite frankly, no matter who you are, that we can't control what individuals say and do. Sometimes, quote unquote, on our behalf. But there's a petition going around, and there's all this talk that is so misinformed and so factually inaccurate that I no longer oppose the bill. And I do not want anyone, if we need to make a motion, that's fine, but I don't want it told that the City Commission unanimously opposes this bill as some kind of hammer we use at the state legislature, because the bill is on its way to being almost nothing but a referendum to vote and ask the citizens whether they want to change the governance or not. Which, quite frankly, I wish we would just do. Just put a referendum and ask. Because at some point, we can stop wasting a lot of time. Because I appreciate the work that was done. We're all doing work, but we're nowhere close, in my opinion. Because, again, there's just, I don't see an advisory board doing it. But that's just me. There's others that do. That's fine. But we're still having this debate. Now, what's nice is there's tons of public who say we don't need to change governance. But what I keep hearing is consistently 7 of us think we do. So that's pretty good. I mean, so it's not like Perry or anyone else is like off their rocker suggesting a governance change. We're saying it despite all these citizens saying that everything's fine, but that there's a governance, that we need something different, something changed. So I no longer oppose the bill. The bill has been, and I've been involved. I've talked to him a few times. I've said there's many things that I've concerned about from the beginning, but there are still people making points over and over about points that have long been removed from the bill. There are many things that have been removed, and if ultimately the bill is effectively a referendum of the people to vote whether they want to change the governance or not, then I'll certainly support that. Maybe on Thursday we'll talk about this. I wish that's what we would do, and then take a year to continue talking about it. The last thing I do want to make clarification on is when we're talking about all this, I mean, I want to make sure that there's no. the GIAC and the RUC and everything, that's all, I assume it's all going to be disbanded and then rebuilt and reformed. Okay. I mean, and there was a thing that was brought up that was interesting in the meeting y'all brought up, which I thought we definitely need legal advice on, which is, I guess, the GIAC as it relates to the RUB and I mean, the GIAC as it relates to like an agreement that was signed. And so you're looking into that, I assume, as part of whatever we end up doing if we go that way?
We've been looking to find those old historical documents, but I'm not certain that they exist anymore.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean,
I don't know if the clerk's office may have documents.
Well, we've got plenty of old mayors running
ongoing,
around here
yeah.
that may have been. I mean,
that's one of our older mayors that come in. Mayor emeritus.
I should say former mayors. That's a better word.
Mayor
so anyway,
emeritus.
I appreciate the process that we're going through, but again, I have just seen this bill now being so poorly portrayed and inaccurately. If anyone could possibly call a vote of the citizens of Gainesville of whether they want a governance change as a Tallahassee takeover, that just shows you how crazy politics is, that we can see black and white on so differently on an issue. Now, if it said, vote exactly how I'm telling you to do this, I mean, that'd be different. But I encourage everybody to read the bill. Read the bill with amendments. I understand there's going to be another very large layer of amendments that are going to come through on Wednesday or Thursday. And I don't have a crystal ball, but it seems like the bill has momentum. Seems like the bill might pass. And even if it passes, I will say that I do know that we still have options to take our own action. And if we take action and it is satisfactory, even though the bill is passed, the Congress, the representative can go to next session and ask for the bill to be removed, unless that's not the case. So if that's not the case, or you don't know?
I'm not aware that that's the case. Next year's, that would be a matter of the rules for the House.
Right.
And I know next year's session has been moved up to start, I believe, very early January and end in March. So that's just for what it's worth.
Yeah, well, I'm going on what our lobbyist told us, but gosh, I don't know. He told me, I guess you say. So that's where I am on it. Appreciate everybody's help and everything, but again, I no longer oppose the bill, so I would make a motion that the City Commission no longer oppose Perry's bill.
All right, that's a motion. Is there a second to the motion? No?
Perfect.
So motion dies for lack of a second.
That's exactly what I want.
And with all the business of the city concluded, we are adjourned.